Hello, everybody. Good morning, and welcome to day 2 of the Gundam card game Rotterdam Regionals. We are down to our top 16 players after we started with over 200 brave mobile suit pilots. Day 1 yesterday morning. We've got some really cool surprises in store in terms of the decks that have made it, and we are here to guide you through it. Myself, Ben Fitzpatrick, and the wonderful, the lovely, the knowledgeable Gabby Lupo. Good morning to you, Gabby.
Good morning, Ben. You are way too kind to me, calling me knowledgeable on everything. Honestly, if anything, if we've learned anything from yesterday, you've seen the patterns, you recognize the next steps, you recognize the sequencing correctly. I was just there to add some fluff to the conversation, if anything.
Well, that's what we need sometimes. It works in tandem. It works as a good duo. So we're going to do it once again today. Let's not waste too much time, though. Let's give you all the information that I know you are desperate to find out in the early stages of this GDO5 format. Let's bring you the bracket and the top 16 deck breakdown, because there's a couple of surprises amongst this breakdown here, Gabio, from certainly what we were expecting on day 1 yesterday morning. The breakdown is as follows. We've got 6 green-blue Londo, 4 blue-white Control, 2 green-blue 1-year war decks, 2 green-purple Xeon slash aggro good stuff with some of the Barbatos engine in there, and then our one-ofs, we've got 1 brave red-white MF list, and a blue-purple kind of mid-range deck that has made it through.
Yeah, what a great variety to see, honestly. In my honest opinion, I was expecting way more Londo Bell coming to the top cut, converting to the top 16. Instead, all these pilots at Rotterdam showed me, no, Gabby, you're absolutely wrong. We're gonna prove you're wrong, as a matter of fact. And look at how diverse this top 16 is. I can't wait for all of these rounds.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really exciting. There's a couple things that I think stand out to me in particular. First and foremost, I think, is the abundance of blue-white control, this kind of unicorny style of, sorry, not the unicorn list, the Strike Freedom Gundam lists that are running the traditional sort of heavy blockers, not so much of a emphasis on the League Militaire package that we saw a little bit of on day 1 yesterday. Feels like it's a real callback to the old school blue-white control that was very, very popular in the European region during year 1 of the Gundam card game. And the other is a list and a strategy that I had a funny feeling wasn't going to be as affected by all of the bans and restrictions that were put in place. The green-blue 1-year war deck.
Yeah, absolutely lovely to see that even with those restrictions, the 1 year war strategy is alive, is showing that it can still do what it needs to do. And if you think about it, with GDO4 having been about 3 months old now at this point, people know that Zeong is a key card for that strategy. Where before in GDO1, GDO2, they heavily relied on having to close the game out on turn 5 or on turn 6. Now, in a slower matchup, such as, for example, in this tournament against the blue-white strategy, you are going into that late game. You need a bit of that late game tool. You need an extra closer, and Zeong fills that slot absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And we're putting an emphasis on the green blue 1-year war deck because we're going to see that deck in the first feature match in our top 16. We're looking at table 4 on our top 16 bracket. It's going to be Niels against Rusty Gold. And Rusty is a name you might recognize from our coverage yesterday because he is our lone red white MF player.
I mean, yesterday already he showed us that he deserves a spot in this top 16. During round 5, he absolutely closed it out confidently, cleanly, consistently, showing how to out-resource opponents in terms of card management in hand, how to recycle everything from your trash via that Shining Gundam, making sure you keep that advantage up, but also keeping that pressure up by, for example, recycling the Darkness Finger. Perhaps we'll see it again today. I am very excited to see a 1 year war versus MF matchup because that's just too two titans of the format in their own way, if you think about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And to add an extra little bit of spice and an extra little bit of storytelling to that matchup as well, potentially, if Rusty Gold does manage to win, he could be going up against Aaron in the quarterfinals, who was the player he beat in round 5 on day 1 yesterday when we saw him on that blue-white control list. So that could be a really interesting reunion match if Niels and Aaron both get through their initial assignments. Aaron on the blue-white control deck is going to have to get through one of the 2 green-purple Xeon slash Barbatos lists, which I
Oh.
think is quite an interesting combination. We didn't really see much green-purple in the early days when purple was starting to make its way into the Gundam card game. I suppose because blue-purple was just so good.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if you think about it, the combination of Mikazuki and Amuro was just so overwhelming to such an extent via not only the resting abilities of Amuro Ray, not only the anthem effect of the original Gundam, but the combination of the ping damage via not only all the purple stuff, the Mikazuki package, the Tekkadan package, but also everything that Blue had to offer, because we already had the gun tank, we already had the Angsha, and then they got the NT1 as well. Now, there's some obvious reasons and some obvious names you hear over here that have managed to make it onto the Forbidden and Limited Restricted list, and for good reason. Definitely, it pushed back Blurple quite a bit, but happily, that means that now we get to see new iterations of it. As a matter of fact, there is even one blue-purple list in top 16 that said, hey, I'll evolve from this list and I'll go to more of a mid-range approach. So I'd love to see that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a really intriguing top 16 where our players are at the feature match table where things are going to be a little bit different in terms of how they experience things in the 8 rounds of Swiss yesterday. First and foremost, and most importantly, we move to a different format. We are not playing the best of 1 30-minute time limit that our players played 8 rounds through yesterday. They will move to a best of 3 60-minute time limit, which, as we hinted at a little bit yesterday, Gabby, really changes the approach for these players on day 2.
Oh, absolutely does it change the approach, because not only do you need to prove how consistent your deck is, and you can't just get away with a win on the high roll, you need to make sure that you win those 2 out of 3, showing, hey, consistently my strategy is going to be your strategy. However, one of the things that you need to take into consideration is you don't want to telegraph too much information to your opponent on that all important game 1, because maybe your opponent learns from that. As a matter of fact, quite literally, most likely they will, because there's a reason they managed to get into this top 16. They'll use that information against you with all the power they have. So you need to make sure, okay, at what point do I need to be a bit more conservative to still be able to close out this game without revealing too much of my deck. Even though they are on open deck lists currently, you still want to make sure that you have that tiny trick up your sleeve.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is another key point as well for these top 16 players. The decks open up. So there any sort of slight tech choices, any new ingenuity and invention that is in these lists and in the decks are immediately accessible to our players. And I think one of the great things about open deck lists is that it does provide a really great opportunity for that skill expression. There's not those kinds of, prevalence of the gotcha moments of, oh, here's my one-off tech card that you had no idea about. Now it's a case of, okay, how much preparation have you put into this event? How much research have you done into the newest expansion as well of the Gundam card game at GDO 5 to be able to make sure that you are playing around every possible eventuality?
Yeah, you need all options open, and that's what you definitely see in each and every deck list that made it to the top 16. There is this spicy tech, there is this extra option. Yesterday, for some of the Londo Bell lists, we talked about, for example, how they use the GDO4 Gundam instead of the Gundam NT1, so they have more access to Armor Array copies in hand because they loop it, and they even use the Gundam H2 Normal to once again get more access to Armor Array. We see the same thing happening with Rusty Gold's MF list. Actually, we didn't get to see it yesterday. Hopefully we get to see it today. Little bit of spoilers. It is Gundam Aerial Rebuild. We'll talk about this a bit more in detail after the round, but essentially from what I'm seeing, Rusty might be using this as 2 additional copies technically of Shining Gundam in order to recycle those command cards back to hand more consistently.
Yeah, it's a very, very clever inclusion. And as a fan of Soletta Mercury, the Soletta Mercury pilot, and the Witch and the Bride as well, it's always great to see the Academy units and the Academy decks getting a little bit of extra love as the players are getting themselves reshuffled up. Of course, they will have had to go through thorough deck checks before the start of the top 16 just to make sure everything's in order, make sure the list completely matches up, make sure those sleeves are in perfect condition as well, and that we are ready to dive in. Gabio, I want to get your prediction. Top 16, best of 3, MF versus the new iteration of 1 Year War. Who do you think has the advantage and why?
Oh, that is such a difficult question. I think because of personal bias, my vote is going towards MF. Uh, Specific reason, we saw yesterday how well Rusty knows the deck already, how much of a master of the mobile fighter he already is. Not only that, if you look at the 1 Year War strategy, there's quite a few fragile units that definitely can go on the aggressive. But if Rusty gets the chance to loop that Darkness Finger from level 4 onwards, he might just be able to control the battle area and close out the game via just continuously looping that Darkness Finger.
Yeah, absolutely. That's my biggest fear, I think, in this matchup is with the Darkness Finger available, even with something like the Dom and Cash as well, to be able to bin the Darkness Finger away.
Oh yeah.
Shining Finger as well. If you drop down a little bit riskily an unpaired RX-78, then all of a sudden a Shining Finger rests that down, gives one of your Shining Fingers first strike and an opportunity to trade into it positively and not lose your unit in the process. That could be seriously, seriously backbreaking for Niels, our 1 Year War player. But if there's one deck that we know in the history of the Gundam card game that has a way and finds a way, it's 1 Year War.
I mean, if you think about it, it's quite literally the perfect embodiment of 0079. There's just so much plot armor in that strategy. I mean, it just happens. Amuro has outgrown the Gundam and is going to use any mobile suit at his disposal. Funnily enough, ironically enough, pairing up with Char this time around, they have set aside their differences and found a new enemy, this time in the mobile fighter strategy. So I'm very curious to see what'll happen here. That is the.
Absolute.
Oh, I
Oh,
thought there was going to be a
almost.
fist bump. Close.
Almost the fist bump. They were
Yeah.
teasing us, Gabby, to
Ah,
get
they
us
really are, aren't
underway.
they?
They absolutely are. They're making it worth every minute as we see the players take through their opening hands. Niels is immediately going to send his opening hand away. Always such a crucial thing to find, especially having being forced to go first in this matchup. Probably want to find those dops in the early game, the level 1 costs, which are within this list, and going into level 2, getting double 1 drop on turn 2 as well. Things like your GDO1 Zaku 2s, your starter deck 3 Zaku 2s, to really try and pile that pressure on. Rusty with the EX resource going second had a snap keep of his opening hand, so he's happy. The shield area cards are set, the hands are ready.
There we
There
go.
is the fist bump, and we are underway in day 2, top 16 of the Gundam card game regionals in Rotterdam.
Yeah, absolutely exciting stuff. And the first thing that I want to talk about is not the cards. Well, technically, some of the cards, because on Niels' end, not only do we see the Gundam card game beta sleeves, we see the foil resources from the Gundam card game beta box from last year. If he has all 10 of them, that would be absolutely incredible, and I would be so jealous of him.
Well, we've already seen 2 so far, so we'll have to see the rest in the resource deck, as we saw Dop and the level 2 1-cost Zaku 2 from starter deck 3. And for Rusty, a little bit more of a measured start as well. We've got double vanilla Shining Gundam, and now the Agama base coming down, just stopping the potential of any breach shenanigans, if there are any within this list at all, that Niels has been able to sneak through. Spoiler alert, there are 4 copies of the level 3 Rickdom that are indeed in
Oh,
this
that
list, but we're going to see
does
our
get
first
rid of the
link.
Akama.
Yeah, gonna be the link pair, the Argama base gone thanks to the boosted AP of the Chaz Aznable, the Dop flying through for 1 as well to get rid of the first card in shield area, and then an old favorite, the Rizel, coming back into the fray here.
Yeah, stat-wise, such an incredibly good unit. Do we see the Cyclone Punch? We do. That's beautiful. I think this is the first time this weekend we are going to see a Gundam Maxter resolve its effect. So we have AP -2 on the Zaku 2, then on attack, Gundam Maxter is going to repeat that Cyclone Punch effect targeting the Dop, and then because we've destroyed something by battle, we get to look at the top 4 and find a special move card from among them and add it to our hand. We have found the Shining Finger in this case, which might become a crucial card later in the game, because not only being able to rest an enemy unit, granting that first strike to one of your Shining Gundams, either it be the 2-2 or the Legend Rare, might just be the crucial last piece of the puzzle here.
Absolutely, and look at Niels' board now. Only has the Rizel left, which is going to go ahead and make us an attack in. Gets rid of a Shining Gundam. Here's an RX-78, and it's going to be a pass. This is really, really
Oh
dangerous
no.
here, because we know that the Shining Finger has been taken into hand, and because it rests a 4 HP or less unit, that RX-78 could be in some real danger here if we can find a unit with Shining Gundam in its name.
Well, we already have the 2-2 vanilla Shining Gundams, but if we happen to find the LR, oh, we see a Darkness Finger instead. Do we see a second one? I'm expecting yes. We see it.
It's going to be
Oh, the
Oh,
Shining
it's going to be the
Finger instead,
Shining
which
Finger
makes sense.
instead
Yeah.
to reduce it down, obviously, because the 4 HP was just too much for the vanilla to get over the top of initially. We Darkness Finger it first, then fire off the Shining Finger. The Shining Gundam then taking care of
Well,
that unit, and then the Maxter coming through here to find another copy of Darkness Finger. And this is exactly the fear that we were talking about, wasn't it, Gabio? With this mobile fighters list, if it can keep finding all these special move command cards, it could just whittle away all those units one by one of 1 Year War.
yeah, slowly but steadily making sure to control the board. That first strike, that 2 damage off of the Darkness Finger, just perfectly showing what we were very, very scared of would happen. Our fear seems to be coming true in game 1. Perhaps Niels might be able to bring it back somewhere here. Maybe a big link play via the Gundam. Do we see an Armorer as well? It seems like it's going to be no, it's going to be the Zaku 2 instead, and we're once again going to pass. On the end step action, Rusty says, no, I don't want nothing to do with that Zaku 2. You know I have the Darkness Finger. Here it is. Terrifying stuff, because even though Niels has his EX base still, no damage on the shields, he is slowly running out of resources in his hand, and I'm pretty sure that this is exactly what Rusty is counting on.
Yeah, absolutely. And now piling on the pressure here with the legend rare Shining Gundam coming immediately with a Dom on cash as well as a link pair. So we're going to deploy it, choose 2 MF unit cards from the trash, exile them. And if we do choose a special move command card from the trash, add it to hand, it's of course going to be that Shining Finger. We're going to rest down the RX-78 once again. Dom on cash going to take it down and get an active resource restood as well, thanks to the on-attack ability of the Shining Gundam Legend Rare. And Rusty can really go to the races here if he wants to. Instead, going to play a little bit more reserved and conservative. Keep those 2 vanilla Shining Gundams active and keep Niels on 6 cards in the shield area.
Honestly, I think that's a really good call because any burst to hand for Niels might just be a way to get back into this game. If it's not going to be bursted from the shield area, it's going to be drawn from the top of the deck. We see Shah Aznable being linked to the Zeong, which means that suddenly we have quite a healthy board state here. Zeong crashing into the Agama, making sure that that's gone. Darkness Fingerewe, one of the wide arms, that's still not too terrible for Niels, I would say, because even though that Zeong is rested and easy to get rid of right now, it will make sure on destruction it creates a wired head, which
Yeah,
means that currently Rusty needs to get rid of 3 units here.
yeah, absolutely. So maybe this will be the opportunity as we are at level 7 to go ahead and see something like that Gundam Aerial Rebuild Legend Rare from GD01 that we've been talking about. And that's
There it is!
exactly what we get as well. Speak it into existence. When paired, we get to choose a command card that is level 5 or lower from trash and add it to your hand. It's going to be the Shining Finger that we are going to go for here, probably with the opportunity and with the thought in mind of utilizing it, resting down that wire arm Gundam, and we'll have the opportunity as well to immediately take care of it with one of our vanilla tutus if we so desire.
What a play. And now, once again, making another comparison to Solita Mercury. I feel like Rusty is forgetting it, but Shining Gundam on attack is able to activate one of your resources. Not happening right here, but it is funny that we do see the Gundam Aerial rebuild. Oh, there we go. We've remembered it because we know we had the overflowing affection. We're going to use that right now. So at that point, we are going back to that clean 0 active resources. What I wanted to say was it is very interesting to see that the comparison between the Gundam Aerial Rebuild and the Shining Gundam, where in this case Shining Gundam gets to activate one of your resources, and Aerial Rebuild grabs back one of your commands. So Shining Gundam basically is the combination of both Solita Mercury and the Aerial Rebuild in one card. Love to see it. I almost want to make a strategy off of MF plus 4 Solita Mercuries and maybe some Gundam Aerial rebuilds looking at this.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm always a fan of getting extra resources on my turn, so count me in for bringing some Soleta Mercuries into the list, and especially because all the way back at the start of the game, I was lucky enough to pull one of the Soleta Mercury pilots in the bonus pack that you got
Oh,
in that starter deck. I got a lovely full art foil Soleta Mercury available in my collection. But speaking of beautiful full arts, here comes Master Gundam with a full art link LR Plus Master Asia as well to be able to link it up. We're going to give ourselves the Argama base as well, just for a little bit more defensive utility. And with Niels on 4 cards in the shield area, we are going to swing in so that we can have the opportunity to present game on board next turn. Niels is going to have to do some trading with this Chazaku 2 and level 4 2 cost Gelgoog.
yeah, absolutely terrifying, but good patience by Rusty, considering whether he would go for that Master Gundam attack, dealing 5 more damage to the top shield card via the effect of Master Gundam. Didn't happen in this case, being a bit more conservative, and I think that's a good call, because otherwise it would have been quite possible for Niels to trade with Rusty's board here, and now we just maintain that pressure.
Yeah, or possibly even if Neil's got a fortunate burst and a good set of draws from the top of the deck, and for whatever is in hand, there could have even been an opportunity where Rusty could have just thrown the game away as well, because it looks like Rusty only has one card in the shield area at the moment, alongside the Argama base, and I think that's the second copy of the Argama base that we've seen from Rusty so far in this game. So there could be the window of, if we get a pair or a link pair with one of the two units on board, at least one AP's alteration on that Gelgoog. We can clear the Argama base with the Gelgoog, get rid of the final card in shield area with Zaku 2, and if it's not a base card to burst, a link unit would win the game here for Niels. So good patience, like you say, shown there from Rusty to not give Niels that extra opportunity to burst a pilot out of hand. Looks like we are going to go for it, though. No, it is going to be a trade in. We don't have the extra unit and the extra resource with the one card in hand. There is an Armoro in hand from this Zaku 2 search. We can't take it, though, because it isn't of the Xeon trait.
In the meantime, we are going to drop this beautiful alt-art gun tank down, the Zaku 2 that we just found via the Zaku 2. And we just have to play the waiting game, hoping that Rusty is not able to finish this game here. However, we do know that Master Gundam is on the board and is able to deal a terrifying bit of shield pressure via what some players in the community have dubbed pseudo-suppression.
Yeah, absolutely. So there is the swing.
Oh!
There's a base burst out of the shield area. And now remember, as we adjudicated on the on yesterday, the on-attack ability happens first. So we deal 5 damage to the first card in your opponent's shield area on attack, and then the swing itself goes ahead and resolves, which is what we're going and seeing there. So now we're still got an opportunity to take the game, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Gundam Maxter will swing in, deal with the last card in the shield area of the Show of Resolve, and then the paired Gundam aerial rebuild will take game 1. So Rusty, in pretty good time, only about 12 or 13 minutes, takes game 1 in top 16.
Yeah, absolutely clean game as well. Niels literally gave it everything he could, but our fears became reality, it seems, where we said, oh yeah, as soon as Rusty is able to control the board via that looping of Darkness Finger, via consistently clearing everything with First Strike via the Shining Finger, or even just keeping that momentum up, that hand resource up via the Gundam Aerial Rebuild, via the Shining Gundam, it might just be too much for Niels. And in this game 1, that's exactly what happened. So I'm curious to see what'll happen in game 2, what Niels would have learned from this game 1 to see how he can play around it in this game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a couple of things that Niels can take away from that game 1. First and foremost, where on earth were your Armoro rays? We didn't see a single Armoro getting played down in game 1. The only time I think we saw one was it get bottom decked after a Zaku 2 search. So hopefully Niels can find a couple more of those Armoro rays in game 2. And second, not taking the risk of playing the level 4 3-cost RX-78 into the battle area without it being at the very least paired with a pilot, because otherwise it's just far too easy for Rusty to be able to remove with a combination of the Darkness Finger and Shining Finger like we saw in that game 1.
Yeah, it can be absolutely overwhelming in terms of pressure, and that's exactly what happened. So terrifying stuff, really, if you're going against it, knowing what you can expect. And in this case, with the aerial rebuild, to a certain extent, also knowing what you can't expect. Because at this point, you can say, okay, sure, my opponent has looped all of his Shining Gundams, so now he can't loop that Darkness Finger that is in his trash anymore. However, Niels now has that extra bit of knowledge, knowing, oh, the Gundam Aerial Rebuild is also here. That is essentially 2 more copies of Darkness Finger. What will I do against this? Honestly, quite a difficult situation. I think you're just gonna want to go wide here, do exactly what you did in game one, just go for that dop, and there it is! You just
Nice.
go wide, you just go fast. That's exactly what you need to do with 1 Year War. Try and close out the game on turn 5, on turn 6, and then just keep Zeong as a plan B for this game.
We are underway here in game two. Intriguingly, Neil's electing to go first in game two, but probably for this exact reason, wanting to find that level 1 play of the DOP. Nothing on turn 1 for Rusty, so no vanilla Shining Gundam to immediately try and contest the battle area, whereas Niels has found his vanillas to start things off with the level 2 1 cost Zaku 2 from GDO 1.
Yeah, now he's doing exactly what we expect him to be doing here. Just a 1 damage off of the dot to make sure that the Zaku 2 can now clear out the EX base. This is 2 shield damage on turn 3 already. Neither of them being a burst,
Ooh.
overflowing affection, and airframe seizure. That is going to affect Rusty's consistency quite a bit here. In the meantime, we see another copy of DOP. Nice and cheap, nice and clean. At this point, as long as Rusty doesn't deploy an Agama, that's just going to be shield damage. We're going to go gun tank. We don't care about any of the effects here. We're just going to go wide. 1 AP is more than enough to deal with shields.
It absolutely is. And now for Rusty, I mean, there's a little bit of trouble right here. Do you have Argama? We do. Thankfully, we've got an Argama base to just be able to eat a bunch of these attacks right now. And Rusty does have the unit on the board as well in the form of the Maxter to be able to trade in with one of these two Zaku 2s. It has defeated a unit with battle damage as well, so we are going to start that consistency engine. It's going to be the Cyclone Punch that we are going to grab here, which I think is a really, really cool card, and something that I'm so glad is starting to happen in the Gundam card game is these command pilot hybrids where you don't lose either side of, like, you don't lose the pilot side of it if you elect to activate it as a command. There's so many good command cards with pilots attached to them in the game. Think things like Hawk of Endymion with Mula Flaga, things like Quattro as well with Peaceful Timbre all the way back from GDO 1 that have some really great activatable abilities as their command side. But by using them, you lose the pilot possibility of them. With Cyclone Punch, activate its main ability, and then you can pair it straight on to an MF unit.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. The versatility and the duality of those cards are absolutely super interesting, and I think that is one of the most unique pieces of card identity that MF has to offer right there. In the meantime, has Rusty cleared the board? Or cleared the board, has cleared the Zaku 2 here, while at the same time playing the Agama. The only way that Niels would have been able to continue the pressure here if he had specifically Shah Zaku 2 in combination with Shah Asnimal to be able to clear that Agama and continue the shield pressure. That was not the case, and Rusty is going to use that opportunity to clear 2 units via the Darkness Finger. Both of the gun tanks gone here. And that's not too bad for Rusty, because not only are those gone, we know that we can easily loop them back.
Yeah, we absolutely can. We're now seeing the airframe seizure getting played for a little bit more filtration. Notice the card that was trashed away there. It was a copy of Aerial Rebuild. Now here comes the Shining Finger as well to get rid of that Ricton. While the Breach might not matter here with the Argama in play, it is 3 AP on the board that we want to get rid of. Is that a miss on the top 4 search of the Gundam Maxter effect as well? That is very rare to see with the amount of special move command cards that you're running in this list. And now Niels, maybe with an opportunity to rebuild this board state a little bit. Here comes one of the maximum 2 copies of Corsica base in the deck.
Yeah, great card, and a very good reason that Corsica base has been limited to 2 here, because continuously being able to deploy those 2 Leo tokens can become absolutely overwhelming, as we have seen in the past with specifically the 1 Year War strategy, but also with other strategies that would love to swarm the board. In this case, however, the 4-2 Tolgis is going to most likely do plenty of a good job here, and we still have access to those Leo tokens via a potential second Corsica base somewhere in the future of this game. Now, Rusty is going to play the Rising Gundam, and luckily, that has a generic link condition, so this Cyclone Punch can go under the Rising, which means that Rising gets to trigger Rust the Tolgis. That only takes 2 damage now because of that Cyclone Punch. Chibbity Crocker too good. That's all I can say. It's such a good card.
It really is. So we see the highest power threat off of the board once again here from Niels' side. And a little look into the hand. I see that there is the Vanilla Gelgoog, the level 4/2 cost. I think there is a Char Aznable in hand. And then maybe it's a RX-78. We are going to get the link pair here with the Gelgoog, because remember, it's a Xeon trait, and it is a burst. Out of hand here, it's
Ooh.
a Master Asia, which has a really unique burst condition. We can add this card to hand, but if there are 3 or more MF cards in your trash, Master Asia can be deployed as a 3/3 unit instead.
Yeah, I'm wondering what we'll do here. We'll just add it to hand in this case. There we go,
Oh, but there
Master
goes.
Gundam also being gone. We don't have a link play, seeing how we only have 1 card in hand, but we are looking pretty frosty here. Niels might just be able to take away game 2 in this best of 3 match.
Well, could do. We are going to see the overflowing affection first and foremost here. Draw 2, trash 1. I don't see, I think, any copies of Darkness Finger in hand at the moment here for Rusty. Do we see something like the Agama base? Agama would just be able to get us there, I think, if we then trade into this link paired Gelgoog and then into probably the Zaku too, because that represents the most AP that is rested on board at the very least here. Max durability is going to trigger. There is a copy of the Darkness Finger, so we can get
Oh
rid of
my
another copy
days.
of Dop here. And a little shrug of the head from Niels going, what on earth do I have to do to get through this mobile fighter's engine?
And
We're
a
now going to
Shining
see
Gundam!
Shining.
That means another copy of Darkness Finger going back, or maybe we could even go for the Cyclone Punch. I think we've seen a Shining Finger already. I'm expecting Darkness Finger, but Rusty is in the top 16, and I am not. I'm sitting right next here to you. However, we are seeing the Darkness Finger, so luckily my card game knowledge hasn't failed me yet. That's just such good pressure, and the Agama to make sure that Niels cannot close out this game that easily. So
Yeah,
we need either
absolutely.
a Shah Aznable specifically. We see it!
We get there with the Shah, we find it, and the when paired ability will activate of the RX-78, giving all your units +1 AP. That will do just enough to be able to get over the top of the Agama base, and then the little dot that could, getting through and tying this top 16 matchup up. What a finish that was.
Wow, Dop for game is absolutely beautiful. Hats off to Niels there. Incredible. I was about to say, all we need to see specifically here is either Shah Aznable or Armor Ray, because that would be, with Shah Aznable, enough via the Anthem effect of the Gundam, as well as Shah being able to still give the +1 attack and not the high maneuver because it's not a link unit, or just the clean 2 AP off of Armor Ray plus that Anthem effect. Any pilot would have done it. We've already seen a few pilots, but apparently it's the caster's curse. We just talked it into existence.
Yeah, and once again, where is Amuro? Amuro did not show his face once again in that game too. It's all about Char and showing that perhaps it was Xeon all along in the 1-year war. But now it's time to go down to game 3. And for the first time in this set here, Gabio, we are seeing Niels being forced to go second.
Yeah, that is really, really rough as a 1-year war strategy. You really want to go first, not only because you keep your momentum up via this DOP in Niels' list specifically, but also that one draw, you basically, because you have the first draw, you technically have card advantage to a certain extent. And that's what you really need in the 1 year war strategy, because you want to be as aggressive as you can be, which means that you need as many cards as you can, because you're going to run out quite quickly. So that one technical extra card is quite crucial from time to time.
Absolutely is. And what it also does as well by going first and not taking the EX resource is it means that when you get up to level 2, those are 2 permanent resources for you. So it means that you can comfortably go double 1-drop on turn 2 to, like you say, try and keep that pressure and that aggression up without dropping down in your level. It was something that I know that a good friend of ours and top 4 finisher at the Gundam Card Game World Championships, Ibo, preached quite heavily and really favored, particularly in those 1 year war mirror matches through the first year of the Gundam card game. So it's good to see that that philosophy is still going through in this new evolution. Of course, supplemented a little bit by also having a legitimate level 1 turn 1 play in DOP.
Yeah, honestly, I love seeing the DOP over here, because not only does it technically increase your consistency by being able to manipulate the top card of your deck to a certain extent, it is a 1-drop, it has 1 AP. 1 AP is enough to go for shield damage. It might not be able to clear the EX space, but that is absolutely no problem whatsoever. Also considering that with the 1 Gundam combo, it goes up to 2 AP. If you have a second copy of Gundam being paired as well, it's 3 AP anyway, so you can still go through that EX base, still deal a bit of damage, still be able to trade. You're not going to want to trade. Instead, speaking of the EX based destroyers, we see the best iteration of Zaku 2 that we have
Yeah.
seen yet.
Yeah, the starter deck 3 Zaku 2, the on attack gets a 2 APs boost, so puts it up to 3 AP to immediately get ready to clear that EX base on Niels' turn. We're seeing just a little bit of filtration early on here. We saw the airframe seizure on level 1, turn 1. We saw the overflowing affection as well, and a shining Gundam ready to trade in and get against that Zaku 2. Here is Char's Zaku 2, now the legend rare. No look for a link play here. We don't want to burn that EX resource yet. Rusty immediately doing the right thing, doing the easy thing, clearing out that Zaku 2, Agama base, and then
Wow!
Gundam Minkster.
Another Maxter. Maxter hitting the board this consistently might just be absolutely crazy. This is showing how good MF of a strategy can be. Because at this point, you just continuously trade units. As soon as we see a Cyclone Punch, we get to properly clear them. Neil's recognizing this, saying, hey, I don't want that Maxter to live whatsoever. Forget what
Oh,
I said. Instead, we're going to go for the pressure. We just want to clear the game out as fast as we can. Honestly, to a certain extent, we have to respect that.
yeah, absolutely. For the first time as well, we've seen Auro getting linked on, but like you say, not electing to try and go with the control route here and take out that Gundam Maxter. Are we going to get punished for it here? Here comes the Legend Rare Shining Gundam. Don Cash is now link pairing underneath it. So we're going to draw one, discard one. It is the Shining
Shining
Finger that we will
Finger.
discard away, which will activate its ability. We're going to attack into the RX-78, which was dealt with by the Shining Finger. We've targeted it and given it first strike, so we're not taking any damage back. Perfect reply.
Wow, absolutely insane gameplay we're seeing right here. In the meantime, Rusty saying, oh, last time I
Ooh.
made a mistake by not going for the shields fast enough. I have learned from my mistakes. Niels, in the meantime, being rewarded for this, getting an armor roll off of the burst, that being added to hand. Now, another copy of Shazaku 2 off of that Shazaku 2, and suddenly Niels' hand is looking quite healthy once again.
Yeah, the hand size is looking good, but the board state is completely empty, which traditionally, when you're playing up against 1 year war, is exactly the kind of place that you want to be. We are going to see the Rickdom make its way down here. No Agama in the shield area at the moment, so that breach is currently a live threat. And that other copy of Char's Zaku 2 now that we did find previously from that destroyed ability. What does Rusty have going up into a level 5? It will be to start off with the airframe seizure, trashing away a copy of that Cyclone Punch slash Chibbity Crockett.
And we see the Rising Gundam most likely going to be linked here this turn. Via Domon Cash, we're going to draw one, discard one. Let's see what we're discarding here. A Maxter this time around, so we don't get to activate one of our special moves. What we do get to do is rest that Rigdom via the Rising Gundam. Then trading it with a Maxter, Maxter still being able to trigger, looking at the top 4. We found a Darkness Finger and a Shining Finger, and we'll grab the Shining Finger in this specific case. I think that's a really good call, because we just want to keep first striking here.
Yeah, absolutely. The Shining Finger proving to be a real premium card in this matchup. Just making it so that Niels does have to have the link pair. We are, in fact, just good a Shining Finger on this Char Zaku 2. Give our level 2 1-cost Shining Gundam the first strike. Just keep that board nice and empty. It's a miss on the ability of Char
Wow.
Zaku 2. No Xeon units to be able to pick up. And in fact, I did get a peek at the cards that were put to the bottom of the deck. There was another copy of RX-78 that is gone, Gabio, and we know the Armoro is in hand from a couple of shield area cards prior.
Absolutely crazy stuff. Honestly, we've seen a bit of Amuro during this game 3, but Amuro and Gundam definitely feel like they are just still asleep. It is still early in the day, of course, so they are just trying to sleep in, it seems, which is quite unfortunate for Niels, really, because that means that Rusty is able to control the battle area quite comfortably without Niels being able to retort here.
Yeah, absolutely. And when Niels is one of just 2 green blue 1-year war players that have made it through into top 16, trying to fly the flag for those that still believe in this deck, still believe that this strategy is viable after the restrictions of things like the Anxia, like the lack of ability to play multiple level 2 1-cost vanillas in the list. Is it going to be enough here? We are going to see the Rizel. Now here's our Gamma from Rusty. Just a pass with 5 resources open here. Again, showing restraint and not wanting to give Niels the extra potential of finding more pilots in that shield area to burst out with. Here's a show of resolve from Niels, just to reconsolidate that hand and try to find a few more units for force Rusty to get through.
Yeah, suddenly that show of resolve might mean that Niels has a comfortable fighting chance once again, depending on what those draws were. We haven't seen him yet. What we do see are 2 copies of Zaku 2, one being that all imported iteration that can buff itself to 3 AP during your own turn, and the other one being one of the 2122 vanilla units that have technically been hit by the new restricted and limitation rulings.
And
Another
it's going to be a
Zaku 2.
Yeah, we're just going to go all out here and just showcase, okay, you know I've got the pilot in hand in the armor array, so we've got at least one way to modify the AP of that Rizel. Do you have an
BT
answer? We're going
Master
to play the
Asia.
Master Gundam. Here is the Darkness Finger. Like you say, is Master Asia
Oh,
there?
there
It
it is!
is
This
there.
might be game potentially. Depending on what'll
Yeah,
happen with Niels' shields, this just might be over.
it very well could indeed here. So Master Gundam is going to attack. We're going to deal the on-attack ability here to deal 5 damage to the first card in your opponent's shield area. We are also going to use the Master Asia effect on attack to activate
Once again on the
some damage.
Corsica base. That's a deja vu right
Wow!
there.
We find the Corsica, which is going to immediately get destroyed here. There is the removal of the Zaku 2. There is the
And
removal
that's
of the last card in
game.
shield. And there is the game. Rusty Gold with the mobile fighters. round Rotterdam, but the one mobile fighters deck in top 16, Gabby, will advance to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. I wonder whether we'll be able to see it back in the final round of this top 16. I am very curious to see what'll happen here. In the meantime, absolutely incredible performance during this match by Rusty Gold, closing it out in game one, having a bit of a tough game in game two with Neil seeing that shot as Nabal, but then coming back in game three, having learned from that game two and going for the shield pressure in a way that he did not during that game two. At the same time, incredible performance by Neil, showing 1 year war is still a strategy that is a force to be reckoned with. You cannot take that matchup lightly. You cannot say that matchup is a joke, especially in the best of one format of day one. It can just close out games incredibly quickly without you having a chance to retaliate. At the same time, incredible performance during this top 16 as well, showing that even though it was a bit of a difficult game one, he gave everything he could, then showing what 1 year war can do in game two, especially with a little bit of the high roll, with that beautiful shot Asnaval top deck. That was absolutely incredible stuff. It got me incredibly excited, so that was great. And then even in game three, as difficult as it looked, I don't think he made any mistakes in sequencing or play patterns. He just played it out cleanly. So incredible stuff by Niels as well. Both players just huge commemorations.
Absolutely. Well, we can do a little bit more of a deep dive in to what we've seen in this round as well. Obviously, with one of the advantages of the deck lists being opened up in top 16 means that we also get to have a little bit of an extra perusal of the lists themselves. So let's start off with our winner of this top 16 feature match, Rusty Gold, with his red-white mobile fighters deck, a deck that is pretty much exclusively comprised of cards from the newest expansion in the Gundam card game, GD05, with a few key exceptions that are Gamma based, which has become so important in this format with the amount of breach that is running around, the overflowing affection, a staple consistency card in white, and then this really cool tech inclusion of the Gundam aerial rebuild.
Yeah, absolutely incredible tech. As we talked about before, quite briefly, it essentially is just two more copies of the Shining Gundam in terms of being able to grab back that Darkness Finger, being able to grab back that Shining Finger. But in the case of Gundam Aerial Rebuild, you can just grab back any command card technically as long as it fulfills the condition on Gundam Aerial Rebuild. So that means that in this case, you can even grab back the Airframe Seizure or the Overflowing Affection if you need that extra bit of card draw, that extra bit of hand filtering. So great stuff, great addition, love to see it. As I said before, it makes me want to build an MF Academy type of deck list where you make use of the Shining Gundam being able to loop your special moves but also activate a resource, Gundam Aerial Rebuild doing the same thing, and then activating more resources via those original copies of Soletta Mercury. In the meantime, looking at this deck list, this is about as clean as can be. If you look at the level curve, 4 level 2 Shining Gundams, 4 Gundam Maxes, then both 4 Shining Gundam level 4 and 4 Rising Gundam level 4. So that level curve is incredibly clean in terms of the units. Then 2 Aerial Rebuild for that level 6 option, if need be. In the meantime, you can just control the board via Cyclone Punch, via Darkness Finger, via Shining Finger, and then close out the game via the Master Gundam. So that level curve and even the cost distribution in this list just looks so good.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the biggest things that stands out to me in this list actually is the amount of these special move commands that are in this deck. We've got a 4-3-3 split as opposed to just going a max 4 copies of everything. But I suppose the theory is because of that Gundam aerial rebuild, you've just got 2 extra cards to re-loop all of these commands and still have an extra unit now in the list. So you've still got a little bit of that offensive on-board pressure as opposed to just relying heavily on all of these commands to be your sort of control tool.
Yeah, yeah, and the control tool is the perfect phrasing for this because at this point, Rusty has shown us that in the 1 year war matchup, not specifically, I wanted to say specifically, but in the aggro matchup specifically, I should say, you suddenly are not the aggro deck anymore. Because if you look at the level distribution of Rusty's list, you say, okay, 4 Shining Gundam, 4 Gundam Maxter, so surely this will be quite aggressive. 8 level 4s as well, so sure, you want to put up that early game pressure, but then all of a sudden, when you're being matched up against a 1 year war strategy, for example, you say, okay, I am not the beatdown anymore. I will take a step back. I will rely on my Darkness Finger. I will rely on those Cyclone Punches. As you said, 4-3-3 distribution, absolutely no problem, because the 4 Shining Gundam and the 2 Gundam Aerial Rebuild essentially means that you run 16 special moves technically instead of just the 10. So at that point, you fix your numbers as well, and you just wait it out and out-resource your opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. Now let's take a quick look at the deck that was falling to defeat in our top 16 feature match, the 1 year war deck, which looks pretty standard from what it was pre GD05 with a couple of extra inclusions in here. Obviously, we saw the DOP, we saw the Zeong as well, and this is a deck, Gabby, that I've been toying around with a little bit. And the Char's Gelgoog Legend Rare is a card that I have been experimenting with because the opportunity to just immediately get a potential link pair with a Char Aznable is a really nice way to surprise and close out a game.
Oh, absolutely. Now, normally you would think that level 4 cost 4 would be quite high of a distribution in an aggro deck such as the 1 year war strategy. However, your payoff with that Shah Gelgoog specifically is you discard a card in order to grab back a Shah Aznable from your trash and set it to the Shah's Gelgoog, essentially turning the Shah's Gelgoog into a free link unit as long as you have the right cards in hand. Absolutely incredible stuff. It definitely can take players by surprise, so I fully understand that you also incorporate it in your 1 year war strategy. Now, what I once again would love to talk about is those 4 copies of DOP, because I don't think we've seen DOP hitting a 1 year war list for a very long time. I think part of the reason is that in the past we didn't have that 2-1-2-2 restriction. Now, suddenly you need to fill up those slots. How do you do that? You still want to go on the aggressive. How do you want to go on the aggressive? By going as wide as possible, as soon as possible, as early as possible. And at that point, DOP just fills that requirement perfectly, not only by being an early drop, but also, as I said during the match, by being able to manipulate the top card of your deck, looking at it, seeing whether you want to keep that card on top or not, just to make sure that you grab the right card in the next turn to keep that momentum going.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the only extra thing, the last thing to quickly point out here is the return of the vanilla 4-3s, the Rizel and the Gelgu. Rizel was a very popular card in 1 year war in the first year of the Gundam card game. Gelgoog, not so much. Saw a little bit of play here and there. Obviously, with the big bonus being it has a link requirement and a link possibility with a Xeon traded pilot, so can immediately be another swing for 6, thanks to Char Aznable being a link unit, giving that +1 AP and the high maneuver as well. But an extra reliance on these 4-3s to, like you say, just try and keep that pressure up consistently throughout the course of that early game.
Yeah, you are absolutely correct. And honestly, I think it was a really good meta call for Niels to go back to those Rezels, to go back to that original Gelgoog, because part of the reason that we didn't see those cards for a while was because the popularity of Rig Diaz increasing in the past, where you would not only rely on your Gundam Elfthriths, but more importantly, because Gundam Elfthriths were being countered by that Rizel, by that Gelgoog, you were incorporating Rig Diaz quite more efficiently. as well as Rick Diaz having that 3 AP to close out an EX base. So tempo-wise, it's just such a versatile unit. Now, slowly but steadily, in GDO5, it seems that the Gundam Elfrith is once again gaining a bit more popularity in comparison to that Rick Diaz, and as a result, the value of Rizel and Gelgu go up again, because now those are direct counters to the Elfriths. You don't care as much about the Rick Diaz. Of course, it's still scary to see one. However, the main point that you want to solve here is get rid of those Elfers to make sure that your smaller units, your Zakutus, your gun tanks, and even your DOP in this case, can get through.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, those were the two decks that we saw getting showcased in our top 16 feature match, and a big congratulations once again to both players. Most importantly, though, to Rusty, who is advancing on to top 8, and as mentioned during the bracket, could be setting himself up for a rematch with Aaron in the quarterfinals, who he was able to defeat in round 5 yesterday in Swiss. The remaining top 16 matches are still ongoing, though, so we're going to step away for a little moment here to let them figure things out, but don't go too far, because when we come back, we will have action from our quarterfinals live from Rotterdam for the Gundam card game regionals. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of Day 2 of the Gundam card game Rotterdam Regionals. Ben and Gabio here with you for the day, as we have been all weekend long. We were treated to a brilliant top 16 match if you missed it. Our lone red-white mobile fighters player making it through to top 8, beating out one of just 2 green-blue one-year war decks that were still trying to hold on to the glory days of pre-GDO5. We've got all the results as well from the rest of the top 16 games to be able to bring you, so let's take a little look and see which decks and players were able to make it through. We're going to go from match 1 all the way down to match 8 in order. So results as follow then. We've got Zeke losing to Kawa Pedros by 2-1. That's blue-white control taking the victory up against green-blue Londo. The only game that went to overtime in match 2, Indication on blue-white control taking it by 1-0 against our lone blue-purple deck that was in top 16. So Blurple has indeed officially fallen down to the wayside. Real interesting game in match 3. Aaron on blue-white control, who we featured yesterday, a very well-known and respected player here in Europe. His run ends to green-purple Xeon/Barbatos on the hands of Loku. Obviously, in match 4 was our feature match, Rusty Gold, 2-1 on the red-white mobile fighters deck. Prince of Sky losing by 2-0. That is to the other one-year war deck in top 16. So Frank rising the flag still for Xeon/New Type. Lianka winning by 2-0 against Mr. Rogers. That was a green-blue Londo mirror match. Chris the Cross on blue-white control winning 2-0 against green-blue Londo. And that'll be a matchup that he will be happy with, because that will be our feature match for top 8. Chris the Cross against Dave, who won 2-1, who is piloting green-blue Londo Bell. So it's blue-white control against green-blue Londo in our top 8 feature matches. Thoughts, feelings initially from those results, Gabby?
I mean, absolutely incredible stuff by all players. First of all, for making top 16 in the first place. There's not many people that are able to do that, let alone consistently do that. And as you mentioned before, there are quite a few names here that we've seen in previous tournaments as well, showing that they are indeed the cream of the crop, the best of the best, consistently performing. Now, I am very excited about this blue-white versus Londo Bell matchup, because I keep calling many decks the titans of the format, quote-unquote, to fluff up a bit of the things that I'm saying during this live stream. However, if we actually have to be real with ourselves, if we have to be true to what we say, the real titan of the GDO5 format is, without the shadow of a doubt, Londo Bell. And one of the ways to counter Londo Bell is that blue-white control strategy via the form of the Strike Freedom Gundam, via the form of the Freedom Gundam. One of the most important things you can do against the Londo Bell matchup is making sure that your units have either 7 AP or 7 HP. Ideally, even if your Londo Bell opponent is playing Lakylum, you want to make sure you go to 8. And one of the ways you can do that is with the GDO5 new Kira Yamato, buffing the HP of both your Strike Freedom Gundam or your Freedom Gundam to 8 HP, so that that level 7 new Gundam doesn't stand a chance. Now the real question is, do you even get that far into your level curve? Or is Londo Bell going to switch it up and go on the aggressive to make sure that we finish it immediately on that turn 7, or even turn 6 if we go second and have that EX resource, or have the chance to ramp with a new Gundam? Now Dave is going to show us a quite unique iteration of Londo Bell that has prepared for the fact that blue-white control can actually counter that new Gundam. So I think these might be either very quick matches or very grindy no in between whatsoever, and I'm all here for it.
Absolutely. Well, our players are ready and set to get underway. There is the fist bump. It will be Dave that will be going first. Chris has the EX resource, so we'll be going second. And we are ready for our quarter-final feature match here in Rotterdam. Chris has that perfect turn one start going second with the overflowing affection. Going to draw 2 cards and trash 1 away. And undoubtedly, the order of things here for Chris will be to find some of those early important blocker units like the Rick DS, like the Gundam Elfrith, and build himself up to the point where he can start dropping these big Kira Yamato linkable units.
Yeah, absolutely terrifying stuff, really. In the meantime, Chris saying, I'm going to counter that early Jagan with a Gundam Elfrith. We previously talked about how Gundam Elfrith is slowly but steadily gaining a bit more popularity here and there because of the evolution in the GDO5 format. In the meantime, Dave just slowly but steadily setting up that Londo Bell board, going for the rigs in addition to that Jagan. Now, on the one hand, you want to keep these on the field to apply a little bit of pressure. At the end of the day, however, you don't mind if they're being controlled away from the board, if they're getting cleared, because that means that you're slowly but steadily building towards the level 7 new Gundam. So essentially, regardless of whether they are being traded with or whether they're going to be on the board, they have their value, which is absolutely terrifying and something that you definitely have to play around against Londo Bell. Chris absolutely respecting that by saying, okay, I'll just play another Elfrith, I'll just bide my time, make sure that my shield area will remain healthy, while in the meantime, I grow towards that all-important level 8 here.
Yeah, absolutely. We see Dave up to level 4 now with that Jagan and the Kaira's regs coming through here, which was the card that was played last turn. It's just going to be the attempt at the swing of EX base. There will be the block of one of the 2 of the Gundam Elfriths. Now, a second Kaira's regs hitting the board on deploy, looking at the top card of the tech, return it to
And
the top
another
or the
one!
bottom, and another, like you said, Gabby, really trying to find these level 7 5-cost new Gundams and their pilot counterparts, whether the green armor array pilot from GDO5 or the blue armor array, which we are all too familiar with for those that have been around the Gundam card game since the beginning. The blue armor that can rest a 5-cost or less enemy unit when it is paired. Over to Chris we go, though, as they draw up to level 5, and it looks like we're going to start to go a little bit bigger. EX resource burned with the link pair of the Ale Strike.
Yeah, we see Kira Yamato being linked up, bouncing back her rigs, trading with the other one. Now, on the one hand, you would be a bit sad here because your board is being controlled. However, on the other side, you now have one Londo Bell card in trash for your new Gundam, and not only that, we have bounced the Kira's rigs, meaning that we can once again manipulate the top card of our deck in order to get ever so closer to either that new Gundam, to either one of the pilots, just to that missing piece for the combo. Terrifying stuff. And once again, this just shows how consistent Londo Bell can be, where we didn't see Kira's rigs as much yesterday, and we more so saw the level 4 rigs. Kira's rigs, once again, being that consistency piece, being able to manipulate the top card of your deck. If you would combine that with the level 4 rigs, for example, that means that not only can you manipulate the top card of your deck, you also get to look at the top 3 cards on the destruction of the level 4 rigs in order to find a Londo Bell unit from among them to add to your hand. Terrifying stuff, because at that point that means that no matter what you do against a Londo Bell, it's just you're playing against a ticking time bomb, if anything.
Yeah, it certainly could be a really scary point. And now, speaking of scary points, here is the level 4 3-cost RX-78. It's going to get the green Armoro link pairing underneath it here. So it will obviously still grant the during pair effect. During your turn, all your units get +1 AP, but we're not going to be resting down either of those extra Gundam Elfriths to make it so that we can either apply some pressure into the EX base or apply some pressure back onto Chris by controlling his board as well. So, where are we going to fly in or attempt to fly in with this 6 AP's worth of damage that the RX 78 represents?
On the one hand, you would be able to do that to trade with that Illstrike Gundam. On the other hand, I think if Chris sees that happen, he would just let it through because that would mean that although that green armor array is a Londo Bell card, you would get rid of that Anthem effect. So instead, what we're going to see here is 3 damage onto the Gundam Lefrith because it's being blocked. Gun Tank to take it away, and we're passing, keeping that Gundam active in order to keep the Anthem effect alive for the next turn.
Yeah, and it's really interesting that we've elected to not go in to the Ale Strike Gundam here. The Ale Strike currently with that 6 AP obviously would be a clean defeat of that RX 78, so wouldn't be able to get the repair, wouldn't necessarily be able to get the ability to heal enough damage. So just making sure that we've got this big 6 AP threat on our side of the board. We've got an opportunity. We've not used a blue armor array pilot yet as well to potentially get some more resting down in the future. First things first here for Chris. The Owl Strike's just going to go in to the Kaira's Regs. Here is the link pair now of the of Strike Rouge Otori and the level 5 Kira Yamato being linked with an orb unit. We do get to draw ourselves an extra card.
Look at that card draw. Absolutely incredible, because not only do you have a 5/6 blocker on the board right now, because of that Kira Yamato, as you said, you get to draw a card because we have linked it to an orb unit here. It can either be an orb unit or a triple ship alliance, which means that in the case of the level 8 units, both Strike Freedom Gundam and Freedom Gundam qualify for Kira Yamato to give you that draw. In addition to that, we filter the hands a little bit via the overflowing affection, making sure that we get those key pieces of our own. At the end of the day, it's showing how similar but how different at the same time consistency can be represented within the Gundam card game, where Londo Bell is just manipulating the top deck, just looking at the top 3 cards. Chris, on the other hand, with that blue-white, is just drawing, just hand filtering, making sure that he finds the pieces that he needs. It's very, very interesting to see how unique something simple as card consistency can still create an identity for these respective strategies.
Yeah, absolutely. Dave just continuing to flood out his battle area in that turn, playing another copy of the Kaira's Regs and the Zaku too. Here now comes Silver Bullet and another Strike Rouge Otori. So just continuing to litter the board with blockers, which is something we have been very, very used to seeing from this color combination through the first year of the Gundam card game. The combination that used to just simply be called blue-white blockers has now morphed into this Strike Freedom control deck, but very much keeping that blocker keyword as a big identity point within the build. And it's a lot to ask for Dave to try and get through at the moment. That might help, though. We find
Whoa!
the level 7 new Gundam, which, of course, importantly, with all these blockers right
And
now,
Amuro! It's
has the
happening!
Breach
It's
5.
happening!
There is the link pair. It is happening indeed. We're seeing the when paired effect, choosing 3 Bell cards from the trash, exiling them away, and choosing 1 enemy unit to get into a fight with.
Exactly, and what we see Dave doing here, showing how much of a veteran he already is in the Londo Bell strategy, knowing that the Otori was a 5/6 blocker, knowing his armor array is going to heal 2, he's not even going to put the dice on 5 and then back to 3. He just knows, okay, no, that's going to be healing 2, so I'm just going to put it on 3 anyway. We had the breach as well. It's absolutely terrifying stuff that's happening over here currently. We are trading. We should not forget about the Anthem effect on that Gundam, because it is being paired currently, so that means we did swing for 4. We are once again swinging for 4, taking the damage this time. Let's see
Yeah.
what'll happen next. We are going to pass, it seems.
Yep, not willing to just overextend, obviously, like you said, because of that anthem and that banner effect that's being put on by the RX-78 that's link paired. The gun tank swings in for 2 right now and would be very easily gobbled up by either the Ale Strike or the Strike Rouge Autori. So Dave not willing to get too carried away at the moment, also not electing to swing in with the level 7 new Gundam that was link paired, probably because of the damage that it did take. And with that L strike still on the board, it would be an easy block and trade for Chris to be able to take. So over to Chris's turn at the moment. 4 cards in shield area, nothing in the base slot. Whereas for Dave, completely untouched shield area.
And
Here is
there's
an
Amuro!
Amuro, and it's going to be able to rest down the new Gundam because of the
Freedom? Do we
damage it
see
has
Kira?
sustained.
We
We
see Kira
do
as
see
well!
Kira. It's blue Kira as well, so it's going to get the draw effect off of the pilot, the ability of the freedom triggers as well during pair. When you pair a pilot with this unit or one of your white units, choose an enemy, it will gain a -2 AP reduction. So essentially completely negating the AP boost that the pilot was giving for the level 7. That's going to go down. There goes the Kayla's regs as well, with the attack in from the Ale Strike, AP reduced from the ability of the white Kiriyamato pilot on attack, and then a pass of the turn, keeping a now beefy Strike Rouge Ottery blocker on the board.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. And this is why some parts of the community have opted to refer to this blue-white control strategy as the so-called bell breaker. Just the way
Ooh.
of not only being able to go for that 8 HP in terms of being beefy enough for new Gundam to not get through, you also have a plethora of control options in order to get rid of an established new Gundam on the board, as we saw just now. If we would have another new Gundam here, even though we wouldn't have the resources, follow me on this imaginary path, this imaginary scenario here, it would be quite difficult to have to choose what we would clear here with that pair effect of the new Gundam, because ideally we would get rid of this blocker, this Strike Rouge Autori, and then get rid of either the Ill Strike or ideally the Freedom Gundam. However, at that point, that does mean you take enough damage for your own new Gundam to be destroyed. At the same time, you could say Autori would be gone, would be breach damage, Freedom would be gone, would be breach damage, but then that breach also poses the risk to provide some very good burst for Chris here. So honestly, Chris seems to be in quite the healthy position here.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot to find ourselves here in this mid game, and both players recognizing that. Dave looking down at the hand a little bit precariously. I think I might have seen that there is a copy of the blue armor array pilot available to Dave in hand, so would be able to look to rest down that Strike Rouge Ottery if we did want to go a little bit more traditional board clear. If the level 7 new Gundam is not available to us, we've already burned 3 resources as well, with a show of resolve earlier on in the turn. So if I'm doing my grade 3 arithmetic right, Gabby, and you'd be the good judge of this one after your comments yesterday, we don't have enough resources to be able. In fact, do we have enough? No, we don't. I was right in the first place. We don't have enough resources to play the level 7 and link pair it on this turn. We'd only be able to play the level 7 itself, so it's going to be
NT1.
NT1 instead that will get the
Yeah.
link pair.
So we do get to deal 1 ping damage to one of the opponent's rested units via the NT1. However, sadly, that won't be enough in this case to get that draw off of that NT1. So we are going to ping that Strike Freedom Gundam. We won't be able to clear it with the gun tank just yet. However, we do still have that Anthem effect. We prefer to opt and go into that Ill Strike, go into that Strike Rouge Autori, and then what'll happen with the Freedom Gundam here?
Yeah, interesting choice, I suppose, that we've chosen actually to get rid of the Ale Strike link pair because I think we might have. Oh no, it's 5 it was 5 AP beforehand, I think. So yeah, it wouldn't. No, with the damage ping, the gun tank with the banner effect with a
Yeah.
+2/+2 would have been enough to take out the freedom. So interesting that Dave elected to go and take out the Ale Strike as opposed to taking out the freedom, but clearly has some other plan here or is maybe just happy leaving it on 2 damage left as the NT1 is just going to swing into the shield area, pops a
Ooh,
Rick Diaz away. The repair will trigger at the end of the turn and
so
a
good.
pass over to Chris.
Yeah, clearly Dave something knows something that we don't, and I am assuming there's a very obvious reason to keep this Freedom Gundam on the board instead of that Ill Strike, instead of that Strike Rouge. I am waiting to see what that is going to be. 3 mystery cards in hand for Dave here. So hopefully next turn we will find out. In the meantime, Chris might be wondering the same thing as we are, looking over his options in hand, knowing the Freedom Gundam is still on the board. We are going to support that Freedom Gundam with a linked Ill Strike. There we go. That means -2 AP on the NT1. We are forced to bounce one of the opponent's units. Because the ill strike is not optional. That is something that we should make sure that is being repaired in terms of game state here.
I don't think it
However,
had a
no,
target.
it didn't. You're right. I was looking at the Gundam entirely wrong. I thought it had 4 HP. However, it is the green Amuro that is under there. It is not the blue Amuro Ray. So that
Mhm.
did have 5 HP, which means that you are absolutely correct there, Ben. Illstrike had no target to return to hand.
Yeah, so a small little win there for Dave to make sure that he's got both of his units, or at least one unit, still in the battle area going into this new turn. Obviously, when you do have a link paired unit, you don't mind it necessarily being bounced back into your hand because wherever the pilot jumps, the unit jumps, the pilot goes with it. So you can immediately link pair it again on the next turn and reapply that pressure. But right now for Dave, look at his body language, really agonizing over this Kayla's Regs deploy effect. And the card that he's seen is going to stay on the top of the deck. Does he have a way to draw it this turn? Or will it be for next turn? It's going to be next turn. We're going to drop RX-78 and the NT1 and just apply the pressure, apply what looks to be game on board with what seems to be 3 cards left in Chris's shield area and saying, do you have a way to rest down or bounce one of my units?
Yeah, that is absolutely a very good question to ask here if I were Chris. As you say, it seems like Dave might be presenting game on board. Chris might be trying to counter this via the strike freedom, choosing both itself and the ill strike, potentially telegraphing that we are going to see a Kira Yamato link here this turn in order to get that all-important second draw off of the strike freedom Gundam. At the same time, looking at the board of Dave, we would be forced to shuffle the Kira's Rex back. Instead, we are not going to link Strike Freedom. We are going to pair it with an Amuro Ray. In order to get rid of the NT1, that means that -2 AP, we are still going to survive, get that one draw off of the Strike Freedom, and we are going to pass back to Dave.
Yeah, had to find the Armoro on that turn because otherwise, without a shield being burst out of the shield area, or base being burst out of the shield area, I beg your pardon, we would just be losing the game. There is still the possibility we lose on this turn if Dave does find a link pair. Instead, it's going to be the Corsica base that we're going to activate first and foremost. We've deployed it on our turn, so we are going to generate that 4-2 Tolgeese token, reminded there by our table judge.
There we go, there it is, absolutely wonderful. And now the question is, did we find a pilot or the crucial unit to link one of our pilots with for that last attack? Now, if we didn't, I would reckon that Dave might just hold off for a turn and keep all of his units active. We've already seen 2 armor arrays, so at that point, we would take the risk and say, okay, depending on how many armor arrays there are left, we will calm down a bit. However, we need not forget, we are playing with open open deck lists in top 16. So that means that Dave has full knowledge on how many of the armorers he can expect here.
Dave is going to declare an attack into the shield area. And this is intriguing because it's still not quite telegraphing the remainder of his turn or the remainder of his hand. It is going to be a take. It's a burst of the Agama. So we do find a card in the shield area. And in fact, we have 2 cards in shields anyway remaining. So it didn't look like we were going to be able to take the game on that turn. Anyway, that final shield card was just hiding from us out of our graphic there. But it does look like it's in fact 2 shields remaining here for Chris. So we'd have to get through the base, 2 shields, and the final attack to win the game, which at this point just would not be possible thanks to Tolgeese coming in off of Corsica.
Yeah, you are absolutely correct. That is not allowed to attack just yet. The same goes for this recently deployed well, not new Gundam, but newly deployed Gundam. We are going to look and see whether we want to trade with the Illstrike here. I do think it might be quite beneficial, especially considering at this point that we have the Tolgeese token on the board, so that means that Kira's Regs is not going to be shuffled away anymore via the Strike Freedoms effect. Instead, currently Tolgeese is the lowest level unit on the board, being a token, having level 0. So at that point, you would be comfortable having that thing sideways. Instead, Dave showing a bit of restraint, showing why he made it to the top 8 and saying, I will just bide my time for a second. However, we see a second Strike Freedom on Chris's side. That is terrifying stuff.
Yeah, second Strike Freedom making its way down into the battle area. And now another question, another issue becomes, do we have a Kira? We do. It's the white Kira Yamato pilot from GD01, or STO4 rather. So we are going to have the opportunity to link that Strike Freedom Gundam if we want to attack in with, I think it declared itself, as long as the previously paired Strike Freedom as the targets with its deploy effect. There is the mono white Kira that's going to fly in. It's going to attack into the base, get rid of the Corsica. And it does destroy an enemy card with battle damage. Very important to note the wording of that attack ability with the text. It's destroy an enemy card, not a unit. So the base counts, and we do draw an extra card.
Yeah, you are absolutely correct, and that is one of the things that makes Strike Freedom as terrifying of a late game boss unit as it currently is. Just being able to draw off of any card destruction via battle damage specifically, once again, looking at that wording. One thing that I did find very interesting is Chris's hand does seem to be quite healthy. However, he opted to not use the discard effects on the Strike Freedom, and now we see why. Graceful demeanor responding to that Tolgeese attack, essentially nullifying 2 attacks here, unless Dave has enough pilots in hand for the double link play.
Yeah, absolutely. You took the thought right out of my mind there, actually, Gabby, because I was looking at that Tolgeese token and that during pair attack effect of the Strike Freedom Gundam and going, well, hang on a second, because it is choosing the enemy unit with the lowest level and a token being at level 0, it just destroys the tokens. There's nowhere in hand for tokens to sit in the Gundam card game, so it just gets removed from play. But we saw the exact reason why with the graceful demeanor. Third Strike Freedom hits the battle area, and Chris continuing to pile on the pressure a little bit more, getting the extra draw power, chipping away a couple of cards from shield area, and Dave sitting there with what looks like 7 shield area cards. We got the Corsica base being deployed now, not going to get the Leo tokens, of course, because that effect only happens during your turn when you deploy the base. But its defense, at the very least, it dissuades Chris from putting any extra attacks into shield area. And this has turned into a really nail-biting finish. The Bell Buster trying to do exactly that. And the power of Amuro and Londo trying to overcome the odds in game 1.
Yeah, absolutely incredible performance off of both players right here. This is exactly the perfect exhibition of what happens in this matchup. Once again, I keep using Titans of the format for almost every deck, but this matchup shows that I shouldn't. I should just focus on these two decks when focusing on Titans of the format. Londo Bell versus the Strike Freedom Control specifically here. Terrifying stuff, but especially looking at the fact that we now have two blockers on board on Chris's end, and in addition to that, we have three Strike Freedoms on the board. Terrifying stuff. So I'm pretty sure the first Strike Freedom only generated one draw, but the other two copies generated two, both respectively. I'm pretty sure. So that is 5 draws that we saw off of those Strike Freedoms.
Yeah, it's so much card advantage. And in fact, there was actually 3 blockers on the board with our Strike Freedom and the
You are
Silver
absolutely
Bullet,
right.
which has
Yeah.
just been used to block for the first attack here. That's taken a trade. And now, of course, also with 2 copies of the RX-78 that are paired up, that Anthem effect stacks together. So all units are getting a +2 AP boost right now from the 2 RX-78s that are on the board. One of them is now trying to go into that Argama base. Chris is just going to take the block here, play things safe, trade it away. It's going to leave Gun Tank, which is currently 3 AP, and the RX-78, which is currently at 6 AP.
In the meantime, Dave trying to respond by just going wide, which means that those or 3 strike freedoms, I keep forgetting, will have to do quite a bit of discarding only for Gun Tank, Zaku 2, and then Rezul to be shuffled away. In a 4th strike freedom! My goodness, what is happening? I wanted to say we also need more pilots because that strike freedom shuffle effect only happens during pair. However, you can just keep drawing cards, it's absolutely fine. Find that last Kira Yamato just to link that strike freedom with in hopes of going for game. Otherwise, we still have the Freedom Gundam to swing for game anyway. Game 1, going to Chris the Cross with strike freedom control.
Wow, what a game and a finish that ended up being, with all of the draws, all of the consistency, linking and combining each and every Strike Freedom Gundam in the list, finding all 4, especially with Dave got off to a really, really decent start, had some of those early plays, had some early links, but having to rely on things like the NT1, like having to put some of those RX-78s unpaired for a turn, maybe cost him a little bit of tempo.
Yeah, I'm afraid it really, really did. And then at the end of the day, looking at terms of card advantage, having those 4 strike freedoms means that Chris was able to consistently keep his hand count healthy via those 7 draws in total, it turned out to become, which is absolutely insane. So on the one hand, you could say, oh wow, look at the odds of the 4 strike freedom Gundams being deployed here. On the other hand, you could also say, hey, the first strike freedom already drew me a card, upping my consistency. The second one drew me 2 cards, so at that point you just start snowballing in terms of consistency, so it almost feels natural that you're going to see that 3rd copy, natural that you're going to see that 4th copy, and Chris evidently did.
Yeah, absolutely did. Well, we are getting ourselves prepared and ready for game number 2. While we do, we can actually bring you news of 2 of our 4 semi-finalists in Rotterdam this weekend. For all of you red-white mobile fighter believers, keep on believing, because Rusty has made it through to the semi-finals, a clean 2-0 sweep against Loku, who was playing, I believe, the green-purple Xeon Barbatos deck. So Mobile Fighters advances to the semi-finals, and Lianka will be the player that is awaiting either Chris the Cross or Dave, piloting green blue Londo. So if Chris can win this second game, he'll be up against a favored matchup in the semi-finals. We'll have to wait and see. We are underway in game number 2 of this quarterfinal feature match.
Exciting stuff, really. And can I just say, what an incredible top cut that we have. We are really being treated here by the players, not only being the best of the best, being the cream of the crop, showing how good they are, but showing how good they are at identifying the strengths and weaknesses within the meta environment, identifying key weaknesses and adjusting their strategies based off of that. Because if you would say in any other environment, hey, I am bringing Xeon Barbatos to an event, people would look at you confused at first glance, most likely. But then look at that, you came into top 8 at this Rotterdam regional. Incredible performance. At the same time, also massive shout out to Rusty for going to top 4 with that MF strategy. That is music to my ears. I am definitely picking up 4 copies of Shining Gundam and Domon Cash right after this event.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, for those that are enjoyers and fans of the mobile fighters, and in fact, more Gundam card game action, we've got good news for you because we're showing you both of the semi-final matches this weekend. So be sure to stay tuned after the conclusion of our first semi-final feature. In the meantime, we've got a lot of action going on here in our quarterfinal. We've got an Elfrith that's now got Kira Yamato that's jumped up into it, taking care of the Rizel. A second Gundam Elfrith makes its way down, and we've seen from Dave here now the first sight of the level 4 3-cost regs on the board.
Yeah, great consistency piece. At the same time, Chris going and saying, hey, I know that your Rezel count as my Gundam Lafrith. However, I'm just going to pair my Kira Yamato with my Gundam Lafrith to then say that my Gundam Lafrith is going to counter your Rezel instead. Really flipping the script here on Dave. In the meantime, Dave going for that Gundam Amuro.
Ooh.
Ever faithful combo. It's so strong because this means that now there's no blockers in the way for Dave, so he can do what he wants to do. Most likely, there's going to be a trade here via the Gundam going into that unpaired Lafrith. I would be expecting because of the repair. So basically, that would be a quote-unquote free trade with no damage. Instead, we see the Rigs going for that undamaged Lafrith. And we will take a Kira's Regs, it seems. Very good. So from one consistency piece to the other, looking at top 3, finding the Kira's Regs. Next turn, we will be able to manipulate the top card of our deck. And then we go for the 4 AP Lafrith, which means that we take 2 damage essentially because of that repair too.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we see the Strike Rouge Otori with the blue Kira Yamato getting repaired up and getting paired up. It's going to take down the link paired unit here. So isn't going to end up mattering too much in the end with the amount of damage that it did repair up with Blue Armoro only providing 1 HP. But as you say, potentially a slight little early misstep in game 2 that Dave had. Not as punishing as it could have been, though. Here is that Kira's regs that we saw from the level 4 regs get searched out now getting played. A filtration, and it's going to go to the bottom of the deck. Not happy with what we've seen.
No, but that does mean we are 1 card closer to any potential missing key piece for that level 7 new Gundam combo. In the meantime, we see a Gundam Easy 8 high mobility from the EBO 1 set being played here. Essentially more copies of Rizel if you think about it. So at that point, Dave proving to us what we discussed earlier in the match where we said, hey, potentially, Dave doesn't want to see turn 8, doesn't want to see level 8, so he's going to go on the full aggressive. Evidently, he is, because not only is he playing 4 copies of Rizel, we see this Easy 8 high mobility for that extra bit of mid-game pressure.
Yeah, we absolutely do. It's interesting as well. I think it's the first EBO1 card that we've seen getting played this weekend. So really cool to see that. Although, see it no more. We will not, because there is Amuro pairing underneath the Gundam Elfrith, resting down that Easy 8 high mobility custom and getting rid of it with that heavily damaged link paired Strike Rouge Otori. We also drew a couple of cards from a show of Resolve earlier on in the turn.
Level
But
7
Dave is
new!
now at level
No!
7.
pilots. I
No
don't think we
pilot
had the required
indeed.
Londo Bell cards in trash anyway, so at that point we are just biding our time. However, we did see that Chris is playing Armor Array, so potentially we are opening ourselves up to quite a risky counterplay here. Because without any pilot, this new Gundam is a 5-5, which means that Armor Array would be able to wrist the new Gundam. So with the right tools, Chris might just be able to get rid of it here, instead opting to draw 2 cards, which leaves it with only 4 active resources here, paying 2 of them for a Rick Diaz.
Yeah, it's a shame there. We couldn't quite find the pieces off of that second show of resolve because with 4 resources, if we have access and run the RX-78 or even just the Strike Rouge again, we've got the opportunity to pair up with the Armoro and get that rest potential happening. Not gonna be in this case though. New Gundam will swing in first, which makes a lot of sense. We've got that Breach 5, although countered by the base, the Agama base that is sitting at top of the shield area. A
Another new
second New
Gundam,
Gundam comes
no!
down. And again, we don't have the pair effect. We don't have those cards in trash necessary to activate that when paired fight ability. So instead, it's just going to be load up the battle area, the full complement of 6 units in there now. And Chris with a lot of cards in hand, but not many answers on board right now.
Yeah, terrifying stuff. However, we do find the Strike Freedom, which means that we are once again going to draw a bunch of cards, and I wouldn't be surprised if Chris says, hey, over here, considering my hand size, I will be using the Strike Freedom's effect this time around, even though it's only going to shuffle back a Zaku 2 in this case, because I wouldn't be surprised if he prefers that Zaku 2 to be shuffled away over that Jegan. It's still going to be 1 more unit off of the board just to give me an extra bit of breathing room. Terrifying stuff, really. I think the only way to counter this in Dave's scenario is to be patient with that active new Gundam now that level 7 new Gundam is being cleared off of the board. We are in the end not opting to use the effect on Chris's side, saying maybe it is too expensive after all to be discarding 2 cards for just the shuffle of that Zaku 2. Gotta respect the restraint here, gotta respect the patience, really knowing his card economy in the Londo Bell matchup.
Absolutely. So over to Dave we go. Still has 5 units remaining in his battle area and does have the stare down of the boosted Gundam Elfrith at the moment. It's a 4-5 on the board right now, thanks to the +2/+1 being granted from the Armor Array pilot. So we do have a way to get through it at the very least with the new Gundam if that swings first. Again, obviously the breach won't trigger if Chris does elect to block it here, but there is the possibility that he does just allow it to go through. Dave being a little bit slyer, a little bit smarter though, swinging with the Zaku 2 first into the Strike Freedom Gundam and baiting out Chris, saying, do you want to take this free block? If you do, I've got a unit that can clear the Agama base in 1 hit uncontested. So Chris will allow the attack to go through.
And then, as a follow, we are now continuing that pressure via attacking with a new gun and once again trying to force out the block. Chris quickly checking the trash, whether there's enough Londo Bell cards in trash to fulfill that new Gundam's effect, respecting the fact that we don't want that argument to be gone, but more importantly, we don't want to get baited into letting that attack through and then having the new Gundam be paired in order for that breach effect to go into effect. Anyway, we are going into the shield. We find a Freedom Gundam there. That is going to hurt Chris quite a bit, I would reckon, because that is an essential control piece here.
Is indeed, and now we're going to get to see the RX-78 come down, as well as another new Gundam. So this time it's Dave that's finding all of his top end in this game too, whereas Chris was finding it all in game 1. Here's a fresh Agama, so at least our blockers are a little bit insulated and are able to block freely. without the fear of the breach effects of the new Gundams to be able to take hold. I think there's even a third copy of Argama waiting in Chris's hand. There's also an Ale Strike. There is that double bounce card, the Graceful Demeanor, available in hand for Chris here. Here comes Ale Strike. It looks like here comes Blue Kira to be able to link up with. And of course, the RX-78 is only an Earth Alliance trait. It's not Triple Ship Alliance, the Owl Strike, I beg your pardon. So we're not going to get the draw when linked from this Blue Kira.
No, however, we will have the bounce effect, and we will have a 6/6 that was able to trade with almost anything here, taking 3 damage to get rid of that Rigdom. That does mean, though, however, as comfortable as we feel with one of the new gunners being off of the board, it means it's healthy back in hand in order to wait and bide a bit of extra time to see whether we can finally use the effect of that when paired on the new Gundam. I think we are slowly but steadily getting closer to fulfilling that condition, especially considering that the Ill Strike has 3 HP left. We can comfortably either swing just Kira's rigs into there, or potentially we might even just sacrifice our Jagan here, even though that does not sound appealing at first glance. That means that you would have that third Londo Bill card in trash if you were to be missing that last piece of the puzzle. So that would mean that New Gundam would be able to clear the Agama here first, then you would trade with the Ill Strike, or you can just go fully on the aggressive and control the board by saying, hey, Kira's Regs is most likely going to clear the Ill Strike, or even at that, we are going full force into the phase. There's just so many decision trees that you can be choosing here, responded to by the Graceful Demeanor from Chris. So at the end of the day, just being very, very aggressive in terms of pressure. Dave respecting that Graceful Demeanor that he saw in game 1, playing into it on purpose, it almost feels like, during this game 2, just in order to whittle down Chris's hand resources.
Yeah, gets an extra card away from the hand. And now Dave looking for an extra card himself here with the Kayla's Regs. Now going to be the big payment of 5. New Gundam comes back onto the board, and now it's just littering with 1-cost units in the Jagan and the gun tank here. So we could have gotten an extra way to get rid of that Ale Strike on the previous turn if we fired the Jagan into the Ale Strike and then tried to gun tank it away. But with that Graceful Demeanor, like we saw defensively on that turn from Chris, he did have the answer to keep Ale Strike on the board. So that is where we are right now. That third Argama that I did have a funny feeling I saw in hand does get deployed. Turns off that breach once more from Dave and gives himself 5 HP of leeway to try and find an answer to this huge 6-unit wide battle area that is completely undamaged as well.
Yeah, absolutely terrifying stuff. And I think that this, the real skill expression that we see here on Dave's end from game 2 in comparison to game 1 is he identified the weakness of Londo Bell in this specific matchup where he says, okay, my opponent will most likely have the Agama, my opponent will most likely have a plethora of blockers. Regardless of the fact that Dave did not have the right number of Londo Bell cards in his trash, I think he is also deliberately playing into that, just making sure that the new Gundam is a potential threat continuously in order to force Chris to play more conservatively. So we are not filling our trash up with Londo Bell cards. We are, as a result, not pairing our new Gundams. Instead, we are just using them as threads, showing Chris, hey, if you make one mistake, these new Gundams will turn into a massive problem for you. And it's just an entirely different play pattern in comparison to that game 1. Now, Dave seems to be controlling the board quite comfortably, forcing out all these options off of Chris's, forcing out the unforeseen incident, and then just swarming the board once again.
Yeah, really huge moment here, Chris, with not much HP left on his Argama base, fired off that unforeseen incident to essentially nullify the attack of the Kayla's regs. But now just going, okay, I have to keep this board state away. We now have the silver bullet on the board. We have the Strike Rouge Ottery. We have another Strike Rouge Ottery. We go 3 blockers wide for game number 2. And Dave, with just 1 card in hand now, initially felt so confident and comfortable to dump the hand, thinking there's no way that I don't break through in this end stage of game 2. Now that maths is going to be made a little bit more difficult. It's 4 HP on every single one of those units. And again, that Argama base being a nuisance and turning off the breach of that Rickdom.
Yeah, absolutely rough stuff. That Agama is definitely, without the shadow of a doubt, the MVP of this matchup, specifically blocking out that new Gundam breach damage, blocking out that Rickdom breach damage. Now, in the case that Dave would be playing the level 5 new Gundam, that would be more breach damage that is being negated, that would be being negated here. In the meantime, though, we are just absolutely chilling. Even though we are in a bit of a rough spot, we do still have that base. We did have the 3 blockers, 2 of them we already activated. Absolutely incredible stuff.
Yeah, it is indeed. So now we have some of the blocks already being declared, still no resources being contributed yet by Dave, and no further attacks as of yet either. There is that 1 resource, or at least 1 resource, that's still being held as active here, so another unforeseen incident potentially being threatened by Chris is going to elect to declare another block. So that's all the blockers out of the way now. Do we have any kind of AP modification? Do we have a pilot to be able to jump up into that RX-78, activate the banner effect of the +1 AP to all units? At the moment, the gun tank, if there is just 1 HP left on that Argama base, would do enough damage to be able to get through. And depending on how many cards are left in the shield area, whether it's 2 or 1, we know that there's already been 3 Argamas that have been used in this game. Now, it is going to be the RX-78 that will fly in. That will be allowed through. Gun tank is allowed through. There is the swing. That will do it for game 2. Dave, without taking a damage in that game 2, does enough to get through the Bell Breaker deck and send us to a game 3.
Absolutely incredible performance. As I said before, identifying the weaknesses of the Londo Bell deck within this matchup and deciding to completely re-identify his play patterns to play around those weaknesses, as we mentioned before, making sure that that new Gundam is a threat on the board, regardless of not having enough Londo Bell cards in trash, regardless of it not being paired yet, because we are just biding our time and telegraphing to our opponents, if you get rid of anything off of my board, these new Gundams are going to be a problem for you. Incredible stuff. In the meantime, I'm quickly going to say goodbye to my wife. I wish her a nice day, and in the meantime, we are going to wait what will happen with this all-important Game 3 in top 8. 1-1. What do you reckon? Will the Blue-Red Strike Freedom Control take it away here, or has Dave learned enough from this Game 1 and 2 to go away with the win here in this Game 3?
It's going to be really, really close. And I think with one of the biggest telling factors will be the fact that Chris will be allowed and able to start with the EX resource this time. Not having the EX resource in this matchup means that you are delaying things like your Rick Diaz, like your Gundam Elfrith for a turn for being able to be played. So here we'll be able to start getting those blockers down a little bit early and trying to check some of those level 2 1-cost vanillas that Dave is able to play. Things like the Jagan, things like the Zaku 2 as well. Not a vanilla, of course, but at that level 2 1-cost range still, and just making it so that Dave won't be able to apply that early game pressure. So EX resource, I think, is going to be critical here for Chris. did have to mulligan, or at least elect to mulligan, ahead of game number 2. Dave is going to get ready as well with all the cards in the shield area set. They will be going first. We are underway with the first resource being drawn.
Yeah, exciting stuff here. I wonder how that early game is going to be and what it's going to look like, especially with what you said about having to control that early game pressure. We once again see the traditional 2-2 being dropped in form of Jagan and immediately being answered by Chris via the Gundam Lefrith. I think the natural response to this would be yes! There we go. I wanted to say Corsica base or a Rizel. In this case, Dave finding the Corsica base. So essentially we had 8 answers in our deck here via those 2 Corsica bays, via those 2 Gundam Easy 8 high mobility, and via those Rizels. In the meantime, Chris once again trying to force out answers here by saying, you know what, I know the answer to Tolgis and Rizel is a Rig DS, so I'm going to deploy that. And at the same time, my Lefrith is now an offensive unit via this Amuro Ray.
Yeah, it absolutely is. So, off to a pretty decent start with both players on board at the moment. We do, of course, have that Rick DS available to us with Chris. And now we see the Kara's Regs is coming down, getting a little look at the top card of the deck. It's going to stay on top here. And Rizel making its way down. The players with just over 9.5 minutes left in this game 3 in the semi-finals. If we don't have a winner within these next 9 minutes, we will go to overtime where the players will get 10 extra
Ooh.
minutes as there is
Speaking
that graceful demeanor.
Yeah, speaking of alleviating that early game pressure, instead of being very reactive with that graceful demeanor, we're just going to be very proactive about it instead. Just saying, hey, immediately I'm going to bounce these units back because I don't want you to create any tempo, any advantage over me. You just have to redeploy them, use your resources, essentially, quote unquote, almost wasting another turn on having to re-establish board state here. Very interesting call by Chris, and I'm thinking it might just pay off here.
It very well could do. As we see the Chaos Regs try and go in for an attack, it will be blocked by the first Rick DS and traded with. We are up to level 6 at the moment for Dave, so 1 level away still from that big new Gundam LR from being able to hit the board. Now the Rizel will fly in. That will be eaten by the second Rick DS here. I see the Gundam NT1. I see a Corsica base here, which could go ahead and generate the Leo tokens, because the first copy of Corsica base would go into the trash. Also do see the level 4 regs here as an option. That's exactly what we're going to do. We're just going to put some 4 AP units on the board with regs and Rizel and pass the turn over to Chris.
Yeah, even with that graceful demeanor being seen by Chris, being activated quite proactively on Chris's end, Dave says, I still have the answers to establish quite a wide board state here. Those 4 AP units might not be just enough to get through that Argama in one swing, but who knows, perhaps Dave will have a traditional Gundam RX-78 in hand with either copy of Armor Array for that buff effect to the other units, buffing those Rizels and Regs to 5 AP so that Dave can continue board pressure. However, at the same time, we are hoping it's going to be the original Armor Array because Chris did deploy a Gundam Lefrith here.
Yeah, it did indeed. A bit of a setup turn from Chris with the Lefrith, the Argama, and the Show of Resolve. But first things first for Dave, it is just going to be the 2 damage attempted into base from this Jagan here. And Chris thinking, is there a possibility we're blocking here? Is actually going to go no, not falling into a potential trap of double gun tank to ping away and get rid of the Gundam Elfrith if it does just take the free block and value up trade. Now for Dave to reconsider what happens next for the remainder of this turn. The Regs is able to be value traded 1-for-1 with the Elfrith. There it is, but there's the unforeseen
Unforeseen!
incident.
However, we should not forget, Dave is on level 7 here, so if we find a new Gundam, we didn't, we found a Jegan, or we already have a new Gundam in hand with the necessary pilot, as soon as that Agama is gone, that means that Dave is going to be able to continue a monstrous amount of pressure via that new Gundam, because I'm pretty sure this was the third Londobel card that just hit Dave's trash.
Very well might have been. We've got that Rizal still around for us if we do want to get rid of the Agama base. It's not going to happen, though. We are just going to take care of the Elfrith. No extra gun tanks. There is
Another
that second copy of
Corsica!
Corsica. I had a feeling that it might have an opportunity to come down here. We are going to generate those 2 Leo tokens. So a little bit of extra pressure that Dave can put on, and almost asking and begging the question of Chris, hey, do you have that second copy of Graceful Demeanor available to you? Because if you do, we could essentially
Oh,
destroy both of those Leo tokens, now flooding the board even further with Jagan and Rickdom.
wow, I remember us joking yesterday about being able to play a third color in your deck. So yesterday we made the joke about Wing Gundam Zero, but at this point it would have been really nice to be able to play a widespread annihilation in your blue-white and then third color purple strategy to get
Very
rid of this
true.
board, because look at that, that's terrifying.
It is indeed. The only answer that Chris has is a Freedom Gundam link pair with Kira Yamato. Gets rid of one of the threats, the Rizal, but there's still 5 units on the board here. The Rickdom is going to go into the shield area and into the base. Makes a lot of sense. The breach is turned off, so let's just deal with the base the hard way. And we're scooping up a lot of resources here. It's a link
Oh,
play
there it is!
coming! It is the new Gundam and the Londo Bell. We do have the necessary cards for the when paired condition, so we're gonna go ahead and fight the Freedom Gundam here, deal the breach damage, and just go to town. Leo 1 connects, Leo 2 connects, Jagan
Oh
1
man.
connects, Jagan 2 connects, and Chris is just gonna
Oh.
concede it right there.
Unbelievable. 100%. New Gundam level 7, forced to be reckoned with. We saw it in game 1 where Chris was trying to close it out, ensuring that New Gundam didn't have a shadow of a chance hit, not a single chance to use his During Pair effect effectively via the Nagama. Then in game 2, Dave respecting this, saying, hey, we're just going to use it as potential threats, slowing the game down and making sure that we can continue this pressure, the same pressure that Londobel is known for. And then in game 3, he just says, no, you know what? I'm the full beatdown. I'm not even going to allow you to get to level 8. Evidently, we did see the one Freedom Gundam, but at that point, Agama was already gone. So that new Gundam, since the Freedom Gundam was not linked with the new Kira Yamato, it was linked with the old one. That means we only had 7 HP, which means that the new Gundam was able to get rid of that card and take care of it quite easily, adding that breach damage for the perfect game maker on turn 7. Terrifying!
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look into this green-blue Londo Bell deck. Also something that I was initially dubbing at the beginning of the GDO 5 reveal season as Oops All Amoros, with the amount of armor array that you have in this build. 4 blue Amoros from Starter Deck 1, 4 green Amoros from GD05, but the headliner is this GD05 Legend Rare of New Gundam and this Londo Bell trait.
Yeah, terrifying stuff. New Gundam is the absolute demon to take into consideration when going to any tournament within the GDO5 format. New Gundam being able to exile 3 Londo Bell cards from the trash to force battle with any opponent's unit. Not only that, means that if he wins the combat, triggering the breach damage to not only get rid of that unit on the board, but also of one card in the shield area. In addition to this, when combined with the green armor, we are healing back up. And in addition to that, we haven't attacked yet. And since we are a link unit, we get to attack once again, preferably into another unit to not only get rid of a second unit, but breach for a second time. So essentially, depending on how many pilots there are, that's getting rid of at least 4 cards via just a 2-card combo. That's terrifying.
Yeah, it's a really potent combo indeed. It feels like it's a real evolution of the level 6 4-cost Wing Gundam from that starter deck. Obviously, that having the terrifying opportunity to not only breach, but also attack into active enemy units. This time, being able to deal and fight with any potential enemy unit on your opponent's battle area and get the breach trigger, and then still swing into another rested enemy unit if need be, continuously denying some of that damage as well if you find the keepsake green Yamato or green Amuro to be able to link pair underneath it. It's a really, really fearsome force. Some other cards I want to highlight in this build, the 2 copies of Gundam NT1 here being an extra link pair target for these Amuro pilots, either green or blue, and also effectively an extra kind of copy of Gun Tank with that rested ability to deal a damage to a unit, and when it destroys an enemy unit, you get to draw 1 card. Also, the 1 copy of the Jaburo base here from GD04. That's a card we haven't seen too much of.
No, we haven't indeed. It allows you to once per turn activate main, rest one of your Earth Federation units in order to rest an opponent's level 3 or lower unit, making sure that those all-important Lefrith blockers and Rick Diaz are being taken care of so that you can either continue the pressure or clear them because they're now being rested. So that means that you can go into them with a little bit of damage, either clearing them completely or finishing them off with those 4 copies of Gun Tank. Absolutely terrifying. What I do find interesting about this list as well is we only see 1 copy of the level 4 rigs, and in addition to this, we see no copies of the level 5 new Gundam.
Yeah, definitely an interesting call, but it's one that is working out so far for Dave as he moves up into top 4. Let's take a quick look at his opponent's list with this blue-white Strike Freedom Control deck, the deck that has been dubbed by Gabby as the Bell Breaker, the one to try and counter this Londo Bell strategy, and it's a real throwback to your traditional blue-white harder control decks with so many blocker keyworded units.
Yeah, it's just blockers all around for the early game. Then even in the late game, you have the Freedom Gundam essentially also being a blocker, being able to control the board via that AP minus effect in combination with your original Kira Yamato, going up to minus 4 AP on an enemy unit, then 2 copies of Unforeseen Incident. So you have so much AP control in that situation. And not only do you have that, you have infinite numbers of draw power via the 3 copies of Overflowing Affection, via the 3 copies of A Show of Resolve, then the 4 copies of Kira Yamato, and then the 4 copies, as we saw in Game 1, of Strike Freedom Gundam, allowing you to draw up to 8 cards. In this Game 1, we saw it draw 7 cards in total via those 4 copies. Absolutely incredible stuff. One interesting thing that I do want to talk about is, although we do not see the original Gundam RX-78 in this list, we do see 2 copies of Amuro Ray, and the reason I find that very interesting is because essentially Amuro Ray functions as an additional command card here. Now, one of the cards that you could be playing instead would be Siege Ploy, which essentially does the same thing as Amuro Ray. However, Amuro Ray, in addition to being that Siege Ploy, is a pilot that gives a 2-1 buff, still has the Siege Ploy effect, but more importantly, 2 more pilots means that you have 2 more cards in order to trigger that Ill Strike Gundams when paired level 4 or higher pilot effect in order to bounce anything that you need to get rid of.
Yeah, it's a really nice little strategy that's been generated here. For me, the standout interesting cards to talk about are those two copies of Graceful Demeanor. While there is still so much blue in the format and there's still so much Corsica base in the format, Graceful Demeanor acting as potentially, if it's the second copy of Corsica base, a 2-cost destroy 2 1/1s because they're tokens is a really, really neat combat trick in the action step. Also, as we saw in that best of 3, just could buy you a little bit of extra time, fizzle one attack away, and then stop a second attack from flying through or even having the chance to fly through by getting rid of one of the active units. A really, really cool deck that unfortunately falls in top 8. And this is the results of the remainder of the quarterfinals here. As we saw and mentioned, we do have our Rusty, our MF red-white player who's made it through to the semifinals, and it will be Kawa Pedros who will be his opponent. Indication falling by 2 games to 0. Lianka also taking a clean 2-0 sweep against Frank, meaning that the second semi-final will be a green-blue Londo mirror match between Lianka and Dave. So as we take another little quick look at the bracket one last time at this top 8 stage, there is the pathway that our top 4 players have taken to get to this point already.
Yeah, absolutely incredible performance by all players that made it to the top 4. But not only to the top 4, massive shout out to everyone that came to Rotterdam to try and prove themselves to be the best pilots in the GDO5 format. However, at the end of the day, only one pilot can go away with that title for this Rotterdam regional. Now, massive shout out to anyone that came into the top 16 to try and prove themselves to get to that finals. However, the 4 people that made it to at least the top 4 are indeed, as you said, Kawa Pedros, Rusty Gold, Lianke, and Dave. Now, which player are you putting money on? If you have to be very frank, just bias included in everything, because I would love to see Rusty Gold in the finals just because of my bias towards the mobile fighters in the Shuffle Alliance. However, what do you think?
I think he's got a decent chance. Obviously, you've got the 2 green-blue Londo decks that are squabbling against each other on the other stem of the bracket. And then Rusty on red-white mobile fighters is going to be going up against Cal Pedros, who's playing blue-white control again. So if Rusty can get through that blue-white control, utilize some things like those darkness fingers to get rid of some annoying blockers, then he might just have an opportunity. The question will be about whether Kawa can stave off some of that aggression and that consistency that the mobile fighters deck can build. All I do know is that it is going to be a really intriguing top 4 for the first time in the GDO5 format here in the European region. And as a reminder, we will be showing both of the semi-final matches this weekend, starting with semi-final A, Kawa versus Rusty Gold. That will be coming up very, very shortly, so do not go anywhere, because when we return, we will have our first of 2 semi-finals live from Rotterdam. And so now we are down to just four. We have four remaining Brave pilots that will be looking to take home the crown of champion for the first event of the GDO5 format here in Europe. We are bringing this action live from Rotterdam, and by we, I mean myself, Ben Fitzpatrick, and Gabby Lupo. Gabby, what a day we've had. What a weekend we've had so far.
Yeah, what a weekend we've had is what we should say, because absolutely incredible matches all over, whether it be the best of three matches that we've seen so far, but also the best of one matches from yesterday. Just absolute excitement all around, whether it be very fast matches to some slower matches that we saw yesterday, for example, in round 6, in round 8, and the last matchup as well, where we had the blue-white control strike freedom list trying to beat the Londo Bell strategy, not getting there in the end. Dave turning out to be victorious with his unique iteration of Londo Bell, proving to be as successful as can be, moving on to the top 4. What a treat. Mwah.
Absolutely. We won't be seeing Dave just yet. He will be in semi-final B in what will be our first mirror match, I think, of the entire weekend in a green-blue Londo Bell mirror. We will be starting off our coverage of top 4, though, with semi-final A, Kawa Pedros against Rusty Gold, a return of the blue-white control deck with a few tweaks and changes up against Rusty Gold, that big red-white mobile fighters deck.
Yeah, very exciting to see the mobile fighter strategy reach it all the way to top 4 for this Rotterdam regional. Absolutely exciting stuff. We'll see how it fares against the blue-white control strategy. On the one hand, we did see yesterday versus Aaron that Rusty Gold does have some tricks up his sleeve in terms of recycling and repeating that darkness finger in order to control the Zolotes, but in addition to that, control the parts tokens, as well as what we saw earlier today, where sometimes even when Darkness Finger does not finish the job, we get to finish it via giving one of our Shining Gundams first strike for that last 2 damage if it's on the level 2 Shining Gundam, or depending on whether the level 4 Shining Gundam is linked or not, that last 3 to 5 damage.
Yeah, it's interesting as well here for Kawa's list. Obviously, we did just see blue-white control in the top 8 feature match, but that was more of a kind of pure blockers defensive style strategy. We've now instead got the Ligue Militaire package being run in this deck. You mentioned the Zolote there, Gabby. We've also got the Victory Gundam. We've got the V-Dash Gundam Legend Rare from GD04, as well as 3 copies of the Ram Force Junior base, also from GD04. So it'll be really interesting to see how this differentiates from the list that we saw in top 8 in real time. The advantage for Rusty, though, is that the blue-white control list that he did beat in the hands of Aaron, sorry, in round 5 yesterday, that also had the Ligue Militaire package.
It did have the League Militaire package, indeed, and we were able to suppress that Militaire package via the loop of that Darkness Finger. Yesterday, we didn't see it. We only saw the Darkness Finger being looped via the Shining Finger. However, today we learned that Rusty does not only have the Shining Gundam in order to recycle that Darkness Finger, we also have 2 copies of Gundam Aerial Rebuild, having proven to be quite effective here. Absolutely wonderful stuff. We'll see how it goes in this matchup in top 4. Kawa Pedros also having proven himself, obviously being in the top 4 here in and of his own as well. So perhaps Kawa Pedros is prepared for that Darkness Finger and is going to show us how to play around that.
Well, they are both one best of three set away from the grand final here in Rotterdam. The players we're hearing are seated and are ready to go in this first of what will be two semi-finals. Rusty is going to start with the EX resource, and Kawa, who we did see yesterday as well, winning on stream. We are underway here. Kawa, our undefeated player from day one with a perfect record, is going up against the lone MF deck who deploys the first unit. It's the level 2 Shining Gundam.
Immediately applying a bit of pressure, which is immediately then countered by Kawa saying, hey, I somehow telepathically heard the casters talk about my solo, so here it is. Let's see if you can get through this. Now, obviously, one of the options would be Shining Finger, however, that is a level 4 card, so that would not be available for Rusty Gold as of yet, being only level 3. At the end of the day, however, you also should not recklessly spend that Rusty Gold and just keep some hand resources.
Absolutely. Well, hand resource is the name of the game on the level 3 turn here for Kawa. It's going to be the overflowing affection to kick things off, trashing away another overflowing affection. So we've got plenty of consistency going on here. And then it will be the Gundam Elfrith, the artwork from the Bandai Card Games Fest exclusive art book
Oh,
there
we're gonna
this
rest it.
time.
There we go.
And
Domon Cash.
it is going to be Domon Cash that's going to jump up into the Rising Gundam. We will get the
Darkness
resting. We
Finger.
will trash away the Darkness Finger with the when paired ability of Domon Cash. There goes the shield. There goes the EX base. And first damage is taken by Rusty Gold's units.
Yeah, look at that absolute value. Not only being able to rest the Gundam Lafrith via the Rising Gundam's effect when it is linked, because Rising Gundam has such a generic link condition for the MF deck specifically, you're able to do that with not only the Domon Cash, but also with your special move commands. But in this case, Domon Cash then drawing and discarding a Darkness Finger in order to also get rid of that second blocker, the Zolote, just to crack that shield area wide open. Incredible.
Really strong start for Rusty so far. Kawa does take the swing into the Shining Gundam and then deploys Victory Gundam. Now here with Rusty's return back to level 4, did use the EX resource on that turn to make that play happen. Starts off with airframe seizure, swing into shield, does get the unforeseen incident, but isn't really going to have too much of an effect here with its burst. There's Darkness Finger
And
doing
another
2
one,
damage. Do we have
presumably. There
another?
we
We
go.
do! And that's before we've even started looping them all. 3 copies of Darkness Finger already seen for
Wow.
Rusty. And the level 2 Shining Gundam rejoins the battle area again.
Absolutely insane stuff. Not only being able to control the board here on Kawapedro's side, Rusty is also, in addition to that, continuously keeping his hand quite healthy via that draw power, via that draw engine, filtering exactly what he needs. Even though it's only 3 cards in hand, I would expect that Rusty has the exact game pieces that he needs in order to get Kawapedro's on the losing end of this game 1. Terrifying stuff, really, but also at the end of the day, I would expect that Rusty has seen quite a bit of blue-white matchups during day 1, so he might just be well prepared. At the same time, Kawapedro's also being well prepared, saying, hey, you know what, that ping damage, I have to respect it, so here is a silver bullet, 5-3-4-4 blocker, try and get through that. You specifically need either your Rising Gundam once again, or a copy of your Shining Finger, but at that point, you still have the Lafrith blocker as well, so once again, 2 blockers on board.
Oh, but here comes the Cyclone Punch that we're going to utilize here. Choosing an enemy unit, it's going to get -2 AP and immediately pairing it into the level 2 Shining Gundam now as well. That Chibbity Crockett giving the +1/+1 boost. Swing
Ooh!
into shield, bursts the blue Kira into Kawa's hand. And now the swing of the Shining Gundam is going to see the block being declared. It only takes 2 damage back because of that reduction from the Cyclone Punch. So a little bit of chip damage done and a little bit of damage onto the units of Kawa's side. What can he do now to make use of that Kira that was burst up into his hand?
Yeah, we are most likely going to draw a card here. Definitely this turn, I would be expecting paying the 4. Paying one more, instead of drawing a card via the Kira, we are going for the link play via Uso Owen, getting a parts token off of not only the Uso Owen, but that just now deployed Reinforced Junior, having 2 units on the board in order to control the enemy battle area with a bit more efficiently. Now, although those parts cannot go into the shield area in terms of attacking, this is still fine because those can be the final numbers to get rid of any unit on Rusty Gold's side. Now we do see the Maxter Cyclone Punch combo, so even though Lefrith would be able to block here, we are going to resolve that Maxter. We have already done -2 AP on the Lefrith, now we do it as well on that Victory Gundam. Terrifying stuff. Really efficient gameplay here from Rusty.
Yeah, this is really, really strong here, and it forces Kawa into a really awkward position. Do you lose your biggest unit on the board here, or do you lose your blocker with the other unit taking no damage in reply? It is the latter that we are going to afford here, so that will trigger, as mentioned, the Gundam Maxter ability. It's gonna miss, though, it looks
Oh,
like.
again!
From the Maxter effect, we haven't found a special move command from the top 4 cards of the deck. And I suppose, Gabio, that is the issue and the drawback of having such a blistering start with the triple Darkness Finger and now double Cyclone Punch, is that there's not many more special move commands left in the deck.
Yeah, rough stuff, really. I think this was the second time today that we saw Rusty whiff, because I'm pretty sure during game 2 of the previous round that we featured Rusty Gold here on the live stream, I'm pretty sure that Gundam Maxter whiffed as well, and I think that might have been the one game that he lost during the live stream today, was it not?
It very well might have been. Yeah, did drop game 2 in the top 16 set against Niels on Green Blue 1 Year War. But we'll have to rebound here in this game 1 of the first semi-final. We are going to see the Agama base getting played down here, which does put Kawa onto just 1 shield. Main step, unforeseen incident to reduce the AP prematurely. That will be enough for the V Gundam to be able to go in, go ahead with the breach as well, and now a little bit of extra security with the level 5 Ale Strike coming down as a blocker.
Yeah, clean blocker here. However, we do have to pay attention to the fact that there's currently no pilot under there. On the one hand, we are being tapped out, so we had no choice unless we would have sacrificed our Victory Gundam here instead of having to activate that unforeseen incident. However, I don't think that would have been worth it. Instead, what we did is just say, hey, we are going to be susceptible to that Rising Freedom effect, to that Shining Finger effect. What is happening in the meantime is the when paired effect of the Gundam Aerial rebuild, grabbing back a copy of Darkness Finger, which we are immediately using to get rid of that Victory Gundam. Rusty Gold saying, hey, good job on deploying that Illstrike Gundam. I have to respect it. I won't be able to get through it, but what will get through it is this ping damage.
Yeah, the Gundam aerial rebuild. We mentioned it during top 16. This really cool extra bit of recursion on a body to be able to get those all important command cards back into hand. Kawa looking to snuff that momentum out, though. We see the level 8 making its way down. We now see the link pairing of the Kira Yamato onto Strike Freedom Gundam, declaring itself and the Ale Strike as draw targets. First swing does burst the Agama into the shield area. We are going to see the
Shuffle it away.
effect of the attack of the Strike Freedom Gundam. There goes the shuffle of the Gundam aerial rebuild and the pilot underneath it, getting an extra piece of damage chipping through as well, dealing with the Agama base. And this game has turned on its head.
So you say that, but I'm expecting a double link play here. Domon Cash, surprisingly not having played another unit yet, means that the draw discard isn't immediately going to double link here via that discard, which I would have expected. However, we still have 4 resources open, so that means that there is still potential for another double link play. If we do, the question is, are we going to risk it via the attacks? Are we just going to greet it out? It seems like we might, actually. Now let's see what Rusty will do here. I'm pretty sure he still has 3 cards in hand. One of them being played right now is the Shining Gundam. Do we see another Domon Cash? That is the real question.
We are seeing the ability of the activation. We are seeing now these punch getting activated here. And it's just going to be kept a hold of for now, at the very least. Adding into the hand, we're not activating Cyclone Punch. Maybe just keeping it as a threat, saying, okay, you know I have the immediate potential linker in hand with the Cyclone Punch's secondary effect of after activation being able to pair from the trash with one of your MF units. So Kawa now with a real difficult decision here. Does have 4 units on the board, but remember, those parts tokens are not able to target the enemy player with their attacks. They can't deal damage to the shield area. They can attack into that linked Rising Gundam, but does Kawa have the facility to be able to deal the final damage to Rising Gundam if he does contribute those parts into it?
Yeah, you asked some really good questions here. Depending on what the hand of Kawa is looking like, my current expectation would be for Kawa to still go shield, risk the burst of any potential pilots in that shield area. However, then getting rid of not only the Rising Gundam via an attack, but also the Shining Gundam via discarding 2 off of the Strike Freedom effect. However, that entirely depends on what is in hand. I see 6 being selected here, so do we see a second Strike Freedom? Because that would change everything. We do!
It is the Strike Freedom Gundam that's going to come down, and we're paying an extra 1. It looks like it might be about to have a friend alongside it.
Wow, so
Second
we don't even
Kira
have to
Yamato.
trade. We can
We
just
don't.
fully shuffle via discarding if we want to be greedy about it, because essentially we get to draw 2 cards anyway. We are, however, going to trade anyway. Discarding 4 might just be slightly too much. Instead, we are going to discard 2. Because of that recently deployed Strike Freedom, we're going to draw those cards back anyway, so we are essentially going +0 on our own side of the board. But if you think about it, +2 off of that 1 Strike Freedom attack.
Yeah, it's a really good spot for Kawa to be in here. And now is that reconsideration of whether we do push an attack into the shield area here. Rusty does have the knowledge of the Cyclone Punch in hand. We're just going to play it safe. We're going to deploy the Zelote with the last 2 resources available. Put us 2 wide with blockers here. And Rusty surveying the situation. He's got a completely empty battle area. Kawa with 3 cards in hand just needs 2 attacks in theory to win this game. But he's just going to pass, I think.
Empty passing.
Wow.
Oh no. I mean, you do have 3 shields, so technically that's not game on board. However, Do we deploy the Master Asia? I don't
Ooh.
think we do with that Strike Freedom on board now, do we? I think we're gonna deploy it anyway. We're gonna force Cowapedros to discard cards here if he wants to get rid of the Master Asia. Now, the unique thing for the people that don't know is under very specific conditions, instead of just having to add, or just being able to add Master Asia to the handoff of the burst, you can deploy it as a 3/3 unit instead. Now, what we're doing here is we are resting the Master Asia and then trading with it immediately. So essentially that burst was quote unquote, I don't want to call it useless, honestly, but by lack of a better word, useless, and then closing it out with no further burst. Cowapedros taking game one off of Rusty Gold.
Yeah, it always seems to be the way of the link play, really securing the game out there. And I think, like you said, the thought process for Rusty is either I could try and choose some cards away from hand from Cower, or it is an extra unit on my turn to be able to get a threat for game. But no base in the shield area bursting out means that Cower is going to take game number 1 here. And we're going to prepare ourselves for game number 2. It's advantage blue-white control at the moment. And remember, on the other side of the bracket, it is a green-blue Londo Bell mirror match that one of these players is going to be going up against. So they'll be playing against Londo Bell, but it'll be about what pilot it will be under.
That is the real question here, because both Londo Bell strategies do seem vastly different from one another. So at the end of the day, although you are playing against Londo Bell in the finals, regardless of what will happen there, it'll be very different Londo Bells. Well, one of them is focused on the more aggressive side in order to try and counter that blue-white control strategy, while the other strategy is the more traditional, consistent Londo Bell list that we have seen before. Now, before we get to that finals though, we not only need to finish that top 4 feature match B, we are only in game 2 of the top 4 feature match A. So we are gonna go into game 2 here. It seems like Rusty Gold is gonna go first, taking that extra bit of card advantage via going first off of that draw. Makes sense in a tempo strategy such as MF, especially when you want to speed it out versus that blue-white control list of Cowapedros. Let's see what'll happen here.
Yeah, very interesting that Rusty is electing to go first after losing in game 1. There's no level 1 play, but as you say, maybe just wanting to see that extra card when we can at the start of the turn. We are already set up. We are underway. Both players happy with their initial opening 5-card hands. It is just going to be a straight up pass for Rusty Gold as expected. For Kawa, though, we do have the turn 1 overflowing affection on that level 2, trashing away a copy of the Reinforce Junior. Rusty does have the Shining Gundam, the level 2. No second one to combine along with it, though.
No, but slowly but steadily, that could just be enough in this specific case. However, Cowapedro is once again saying, hey, last time it was Zolo, that was a bit weak. To that Darkness Finger, I'll have to respect that this time around. So here's a Rick Diaz instead. So you still cannot get through with that Shining Gundam. So what do you do here? Rusty Gold just deploying the Gundam Maxter, biding his time instead.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kawa now trying to do a little bit of the maths early up to level 4. And it is going to be, it looks like a group of 3 resources being reached for here. Is it potentially
It's going to be
Victory
two
Gundam that's
instead.
making its way? Changing the mind, it is just going to be Zalo. Keep up with the defensive strategy in this early game. Have that blocker advantage and pass back over to Rusty Gold. Now at level 4, we have the Shining Gundam
Come
LR,
on!
and
Are
we
we going to
have...
discuss Cyclone Punch?
Are we going to disguise Cyclone Punch? No, it's going to be
Darkness
Darkness
Finger
Finger.
again, getting rid of that Zolo.
Zolo is now gone and now firing in with the Gundam Maxter, and just double checking the text here, it is destroys an enemy unit, unlike some other cards in the format right now where it's destroying an enemy card where it gets the effect. So happy to let the EX base go. Then the
Oh!
next swing bursts the Agama up into the shield area. Huge grab there for Kawa. Some extra defense, an extra card drawn into hand as well from the shield area. And Rusty will finish the turn with overflowing affection.
Fair call here. On the one hand, you would call it a matter of sequencing where you would have gone with the Shining Gundam before, or with the level 2 Shining Gundam over the level 4 Shining Gundam normally in order to play around that Argama burst. However, Rusty Gold, respecting the fact that there is still a Rick Diaz on the side of the board of Cara Pedro, saying, you know what? I just want to make sure that my board state is looking healthy this time around. I have learned from game 1. I'm just going to do things slightly differently this time around, other than still getting rid of that Zoloid via Darkness Finger.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does as well keep the potential threat of Cyclone Punch available to Rusty as an extra link pair or just straight pair play with the remaining units that are on the board. Here comes the Ale Strike. Here comes the link pair. It's going to be with the blue Kira Yamato, so no draw effect happening here. But we are going to get the bounce with the pair effect. We are going to get the defeat of the Gundam Maxter, making it so that Rusty can't start that consistency engine by picking off some more of these units. Rusty says, okay, you've got an Agama. I fancy a little bit of that myself.
Yeah, honestly, Argama being the card of the tournament here. Very obviously so, not only countering that Rickdom, but also countering that Londo Bell strategy, because allowing either copy of the new Gundam to pressure not only your battle area, but then as a result of the breach, also your shield area is just too valuable to allow to happen. So if you're playing any strategy with white as one of your colors, then Argama almost feels like an auto inclusion at this point.
It certainly does indeed. A bit of a slower turn here for Kawa Pedros. There's a Darkness Finger on the end step, in action step as well, for Rusty to get rid of that Zalote. So one of the 3 blockers already dealt with. Now here comes the Dom on Cash. We are going to draw one, trash one with the web paired ability. Do we trash away a special move command to activate its main ability? Do we see the Cyclone Punch? No, it's going
With
to be the
Master
Master
Asia.
Asia.
Instead, we are going to draw a few more cards. Once again, trying to filter our hand, trying to find that essential piece of special move cards that we are looking for. Dropping 3 for a Rising Gundam. So perhaps we have found what we need. Domon Cash, once again, giving us another chance to draw one, discard one, in hopes of discarding a special move. What have we found? We have found something. I wanted to say Rising Gundam, but perhaps we already had the Rising Gundam in hand, and we keep that essential new draw here as a threat, as Rusty Gold has one resource open currently, so who knows what will happen. Kawa Pedro's then currently thinking, not deciding to block, allowing to let everything go through, then once again confirming this has to destroy a unit by battle, so most likely he's going to allow this to go through as well. Just quickly looking at the shield numbers versus the board numbers, confirming whether he'll be able to control the battle area of Rusty Gold next turn, presumably. I wonder what'll happen here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Kawa decides to do. Checking the trash of Rusty, possibly for what special move commands and how many special move commands are already gone, is going to take the damage. It will be
Oh!
rewarded. Burst of the Uso Irwin pilot. Then there comes the block, which will just be the trade. Next swing, bursts Kira into
Wow!
hand.
Double
Double
burst!
pilot burst off of the attacks from Rusty. The Uso Irwin and the STO4 Kira Yamato now available options for Kawa, but Rusty right now is presenting game on board, so Kawa will have to deal with one of these units.
Yeah, definitely has to. And I'm pretty sure looking at the amount of resources, looking at the fact that you just bursted 2 pilots to hand, we will be able to. We see the V-Dash Gundam and we know we have the Uso Irwin because it just bursted to hand. Are we going to immediately use it? Kawa Pedro's quickly thinking about it, confirming what the right sequencing would be here. We are going to link that V-Dash Gundam, it seems. There it is, making that parts token, being able to clear something off of Rusty Gold's board. I'm expecting the Shining Gundam.
Where is the attack going to go? It is going to be Shining Gundam that we will go into. The Agama, of course, not going to receive any breach damage here. And it will be a pair of the silver bullets with the mono white Kira Yamato will give the -2 reduction effect as well to ensure that that unit does stay around. And now for Rusty, time to go fishing. We see overflowing affection, trashing away another copy of the Agama. Is that 5 resources? It's going to be the Master Gundam that
Oh,
we see. Link
that
paired
might be
as
game.
well.
That might be
With
game, depending on what'll happen.
It's going to be a swing into the shield area. Effect of the Master Gundam here on
Deal
attack,
5.
choosing 2 special move commands. That will deal 5. It's a V-Dash Gundam. Now resolving
And
the
that's
effect.
it!
That's not going to work. And the Maxter will do the remaining damage. Rusty Gold
Wow!
ties it up in semi-final A. And we are going to a game 3.
What an absolute closer of a game too. I think we saw something very, very similar last game or last match in game 3 via the new Gundam level 7 doing something similar. In this case, for Rusty Gold, Master Gundam with Master Asia, exiling 2 special move commands for that 5 damage, essentially activating a quote-unquote pseudo suppression, being able to get rid of those 2 shields and then closing it out with the Maxter. Surely that is something that Kawa Pedros did not expect here.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to find that combination, dealing that 5 damage beforehand as well, and getting themselves set for a huge game 3. One of these 2 players has essentially got the chance to play a best of 1 all over again to get into the grand final of the Rotterdam regionals for the Gundam card game. Kawa is going to have the advantage to go first here and to choose to go first, forcing Rusty on the second turn curve in that level. So is going to get the level advantage, but will not see the extra card at the start of the draw on that second turn. So very, very intriguing here. Kawa looking at his opening hand. I think I see double unforeseen incident, and Uso Irwin, and a couple of other cards. That is not going to do. So Kawa will send it away, draw the next 5 cards of the deck, and shuffle the remainder. Rusty also not happy with their opening hand. They will do the exact same thing, draw the next 5 cards, and Kawa with their body language saying, it's all up to these 5 cards to see if I get the stat I need against this really threatening, consistent Mobile Fighters deck.
Yeah, absolutely terrifying stuff. And once again, like we described before in the previous match with Londo Bell versus Blue White Control, you can see here how unique all the color identities represent their consistency pieces and showing how to consistently keep those hand resources alive, where Blue-White does it via the immense and vast amount of draw power, via a plethora of effects, be it Kira Yamato, be it a Show of Resolve, or be it the Strike Freedom Gundam. Londo Bell does it by manipulating the top card of the deck and then finding the right pieces via Rigs, the level 4, in addition to also being in blue, so also having access to that Show of Resolve. What Rusty Gold does instead is use that Shining Gundam and use that Gundam Aerial Rebuild to recycle command cards from the trash in order to keep the hand alive, while continuously filtering the hand via other powerful draw effects such as Airframe Seizure and Show of Resolve, in addition to filtering your hand via Dom on Cash for potential special move combos.
And we are underway in game 3. Rusty finding that overflowing affection on turn 1. There is the Zalote blocker, the perfect start that Kawa would be looking for, having that second permanent resource. Nothing on level 3 for Rusty Gold, so no vanilla Shining Gundam to start putting some board pressure back on or Gundam Maxter. So Kawa will have a turn here to essentially set up a little bit further, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Overflowing Affection, drawing 2, trashing 1. I see double Ailstrike Gundam in there. I see double blue Kira Yamato pilot. I see a Reinforced Junior as well as a base card. There's quite a lot of options for the remainder of these early turns.
Deciding to discard a copy of the Illstrike Gundam, knowing that we already have the copy for once we hit level 5, deciding we do not need the second copy in later stages of the game, saying, hey, the moment the first Illstrike comes down, I'll most likely have done enough control power in order to move myself on to that level 8 for Freedom Gundam to be deployed, for that Strike Freedom to be deployed, in order to control the board state. Now, in Game 1, Kawa Pedros was able to do that quite effectively, as we saw, via multiple copies of the Strike Freedom. Then, in retaliation, in Game 2, Rusty Gold saying, I am not going to allow you to do that again, closing the game out by going very aggressive and finishing it out with the Surprise Master Gundam combo. We'll see what'll happen here. A bit of a slow start, as you said, on Rusty's side, but maybe that is deliberate, deciding to go for that card advantage for the late grind game, potentially.
We'll have to see as this plays out. We see just an Elfrithon pass for Kawa. An expected measured start, not wanting to give too much maneuverability. There is the Dom on Cash, now pairing up into the Shining Gundam LR, and it will be trashing away the Darkness Finger to get rid of the Zalote. So that's one of the 3 blockers down. We'll get that pilot paired for free, essentially, as well, but nothing further. We're passing with 5 active resources. Only the Dom on Cash play available here for Rusty. And even with a cool play like that, it feels like he's starting to fall behind the 8 ball a little bit.
Maybe you're right. The only thing that I would expect would be possible here is for Rusty to have 2 copies of Darkness Finger in hand, deciding to be a bit patient, hoping that Kawa Pedros potentially on level 5 decides to wait it out with linking that Illstrike Gundam, because that would mean that in the end step it would still have 4 HP and Rusty Gold would get an action timing in order to activate those 2 Darkness Fingers. However, that does sound very, very specific. If that is what Rusty Gold is going to play into, then honestly, I would credit him with future sight.
We are going to see the Ailstrike come down. It is going to be the link with the blue Kira Yamato pilot that will just clear the way of the Link Shining Gundam. And over to Rusty we will go with 6 active resources open. We're 1 level away from the Master Gundam LR that is on your screen from being able to be deployed. Do we have anything here? We've got some draw power at least. Overflowing Affection will give us a couple more options. There's a trash away of a Master Gundam. Another semi-draw from the Agama base. And now a payment of 3. Here comes a second Shining Gundam. And burning the EX resources. It Dom on Cash? It's Dom on Cash.
Oh, terrifying stuff. Honestly, if we find a Darkness Finger off of this draw to discard, not only will we be able to get rid of that Illstrike Gundam for pseudo-free, so to speak, we would be able to clear another unit as well. What we do find instead is the Cyclone Punch, AP -2 on that Illstrike, so it only has 4 AP currently. That would imply that if we were to trade here, we would survive with 1 HP on the Shining Gundam. We are going to do so, taking the 4 damage, luckily being on 5 thanks to that Dom on Cash, so that Kawa Pedros has to at least put in a little bit of work to get rid of this Shining Gundam.
Very well could do, but if there's any instance of ping damage effects available to Kawa here, he will just be able to get rid of this unit, something like a gun tank, something like the NT1 as well. If we do find the NT1, that would draw us a card in the process as well. For now, though, it's going to be Victory Gundam and the Reinforced Junior to create that parts token. Not going to give it a chance, though, to savor itself. It will just be the Lefrith to take out the Shining Gundam LR. A little bit of damage chipped into Rusty's Agama base. And then another blocker contributed the silver bullet down into the battle area. Big scoop up. Here is the rebuild. And just the Shining Gundam, no pair to return a command back.
Yeah, we're going to be very patient here as Rusty, and I feel like Rusty currently with his hand does not have a lot of choice. We also did not see a whole lot of pilots there, but in addition to that, if we were to pair this turn, that would mean that we only deploy one unit here. Looking at Kawapedra's side, if we want to contest that board state even a little bit, we do need to go wide to some extent. So Rusty Gold identifying that, acknowledging that, and saying, okay, we'll leave the pair ability for Gundam Aerial Rebuild for a later turn if it survives.
Okawa just surveying things a little bit more, having a little look again in Rusty's trash, counting out how many of those special move commands are already gone. Overflowing affection to buy us a little bit more information. And then a decision on what card it's going to be to trash here. We've got 6 resources still left over, and it looks like we're at level 7. So we're 1 level away from Strike Freedom Gundam to be able to make its way down here. But we still could put on some extra pressure. Another copy of Owl Strike potentially, the V-Dash Gundam, even the level 7 Freedom Gundam from GDO1 is a live option here. And I'm pretty sure we do still have a copy of the blue Kira Yamato pilot in hand for Kawa. So we would be able to get the immediate link happening if the freedom is available to us. It will be a reinforced Judah that we will trash away. It will instead be the payment of 4 resources, and it's going to be V-Dash Gundam that is going to make its way down.
Terrifying stuff, really. Look at that board control potential that Calipedras is currently presenting to Rusty Gold. Also then resting that aerial rebuild, exactly doing what I feared, getting rid of that before it's able to activate its when paired ability in order to recycle one of those copies of the Darkness Finger. Now we are going to trade our Silver Bullet into there, which is absolutely fine, because if the opponent is not able to recycle Darkness Finger, we do not need that ping protection anyway. Although it's still a good blocker, mitigating damage via offense is almost as effective as just keeping a blocker open.
Certainly is, and we've got a blocker open again as well with a new copy of Gundam Elfrith making its way here for Kawa. So he's got 5 units at the moment. Granted, one of them is just that parts token, but we can keep putting it to good use thanks to the V-Dash Gundam's activate main ability to rest it down and rest a 4 or less HP enemy unit. So even if Rusty does want to play things safe with this level 2 1 cost Shining Gundam, Kawa can simply just activate the V-Dash Gundam's effect and value trade it with the Elfrith.
Yeah, although that does sound like a very good trade here, it still does sound quite a bit difficult in terms of board state, because that means that we still need to establish a good thread in Rusty Gold's board. I did see a Master Gundam in that hand being considered there just ever so slightly. I think it's going to hit the board after all. There it is, Master Gundam hitting the board. Now, sadly, it seems like most likely we'll be needing to trade with this Master Gundam and Master Asia instead of going into the shield area. Although that does mean that we don't get this pseudo suppression, most likely because of the Master Asia, we will be able to at least get rid of 2 units, hopefully.
Yeah, well, we are going to see the Cyclone Punch getting activated at the same time here, reducing the AP of the Elfrith down to 0. And now the swing from Gundam and Master Asia. That will activate both of the effects here. So Master Gundam will deal 5 damage to the first card in your opponent's shield area. And then Master Asia's effect, we have activated a special move command card's main or action ability during this turn. So we can burn something for 2, and it is just going to be that Victory Gundam that is going to be dealt with, generating another parts token for Kawa. and then the attack into shield area from the unit itself will not get a burst. Now here comes the Shining Gundam with that Chibody Crockett underneath it. So this is a swing for 3, and it's going to be into shield area attempted again. Will Kawa just look to eat this attack up with the Elfrith? It will survive on 1 HP if Kawa does decide to block.
Yeah, it should be fine. So at least that is something. And that does also mean that you are left with 4 shields. Instead, what we're going to do is we are
Oh!
gonna go with 3 shields. It is luckily the Agama, however, also being a very good counter against the Master Gundam. Because once again, that attack trigger of Master Gundam happens before we deal battle damage. So that means that the Agama would be able to negate that 5 damage off of the effect of Master Gundam, so that also alleviates a whole lot of pressure off of Kawa Pedro's shield area.
Yeah, that's a little heartbreaking for Rusty there, trying to chip a little bit of damage away into the shield area and finding the base. We do burst the Shining Finger, which does add it into hand, which, double checking there for Kawa, understandably so, quite a lot of the command cards in the Gundam card game say to activate the abilities of the command when you do find them from burst, but Shining Finger a little bit different. You get to add it up into your hand. We now see one of the parts tokens go into the Master Gundam link pair. A payment of 4 for another V-Strike. Here now comes the Uso Irwin to link pair underneath. That will trade. That will breach as well. Breaches an Agama of Rusty's own here. Does Kawa have a way to get through? He does with the swing on the Rick Diaz that is pilot. Top 4.
バイバイ、ドモンカッシュさん。まだ心の中に守っております。I'll miss you, Domon.
Oh, what
Ah,
a run. What a run for the mobile fighters, but what a performance there from our first confirmed grand finalist for Blue White League Militaire Control.
yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. Showing what it can do, and not only showing what it can do, showing what it can do on an undefeated streak. What an incredible performance by Kawa Pedros. Now let's take a quick look in detail as to why Kawa Pedros is undefeated this weekend still. Is there anything that you notice immediately other than the fact that he's only playing 3 and 3 of Kira Yamato and then opting to go for 4 copies of Uso Irwin instead, which means that we are a bit more on the aggressive?
Yeah, I think that is the biggest factor here is this League Militaire side package that is going on here. Obviously, in matchups where you are either electing to go first or forced to go first, your second turn isn't necessarily empty because we've got that Zalote that is in the deck, the functional return of Zawart for those that used to play Blue Light Control in GD01. The Victory Gundam as well, creating all of these parts tokens along with the Reinforced Junior that can then be used for this V-Gundam, essentially meaning that you don't really need to run a powerful card such as Armor Array to get that huge resting potential for your own advantage. You're just making use of all of these part token units that can't even deal damage into the opponent's shield area anyway. And because these part tokens are all League Militaire units, if you can get a Victory Gundam to stick and attacking, you're constantly drawing more cards.
Yeah, absolutely terrifying stuff, and I'm pretty sure that is the reason why you play the League Military package over the Amuro Ray package, because once again, it's this one extra piece of consistency where, yes, of course, you do get the Anthem effect off of the original Gundam. However, what you don't get is, in addition to your resting effect, draw power. And draw power is the name of the game for this strategy specifically. We've seen it before, we're seeing it again. Show of Resolve being absolutely incredible. Overflowing Affection being absolutely incredible. Strike Freedom Gundam just drawing an infinite number of cards on top of the Kira Yamato, but then also more draw power in the League Militaire package in the form of that Victory Gundam level 4 Legend Rare.
Yeah, absolutely. So, confirmation then of the current situation we find ourselves in this top four. We've got Kawa Pedros winning by 2 games to 1 against Rusty Gold with that red-white Mobile Fighters deck going and booking their place into the grand final. But now we get to turn our attention to semi-final 2. Lianka and Dave, our first mirror match of the weekend in green-blue Londo Bell.
Oh, absolutely terrifying stuff. At that point, the real question is, how do you counter the mirror match other than just opting to go second? Because even though you get the 1 extra draw a bit faster than your opponent when you're going first, I think the name of the game here is to, as soon as possible, resolve your level 7 new Gundam. So instead of going for any early game control, you just go for full on pressure, attack, 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 hope that your opponent does not see that, and go for the control strategy where they would try and clear your units, which essentially fills up your trash for your new Gundam to be able to resolve. Most likely both players would be aware of this, so this either turns into a who resolves their new Gundam first type of matchup, or instead it will turn into a who gets to aggro the other player out before we get to new Gundam. And at that point, if you can compare the deck list, Dave might just be having the advantage here via that Gundam Easy 8.
Oh, we'll have to wait and see for that. For now, though, we can take a little bit of a look at Lianke's deck list because we saw Lianke on the feature match table all the way back in round 7 yesterday, beating Aaron on blue-white control. And there are a few big differences between the two lists. You've got a couple of the NT1s still going on in here as well, but some of the biggest differences Recalum for Lianka, and nothing like that for Dave. He's electing to go with his base selections, double Corsica, an underground desert base, and that Jaburo.
Yeah, absolutely interesting that there's already such a vast difference in base selection only. However, I think Recalum might just create the upper hand for Lianke here, because that means that if we have two new Gundams facing each other, then the Recalum would be that final piece for Lianke in order to make sure that his new Gundam survives off of that 1 damage reduction. Hopefully we'll see that somewhat during this match. Other things that we see in difference versus Dave's deck list is Lianke is opting to go for 4 copies of the Regs level 4 after all, in combination with 4 copies of that Kira's Regs, not only upping the consistency of Londo Bell names in your deck in order to fill up your trash more efficiently, combining 4 copies of both of those increases consistency as well in order of not only being able to manipulate the top card of your deck, but then afterwards finding a Londo Bell unit off of the top 3, and because of that increased consistency in Londo Bell names, I do not expect Regs to whiff here.
Yeah, it will be a very, very strong place to be indeed. A quick reminder as well of Dave's list after we saw him taking a victory back in top 8. We have mentioned, of course, the 1 copy of that level 4 3-cost regs. There is that Jaburo and that underground desert base as well, the latter of which giving that 6 HP in the shield area to make things attempted to be a little bit more difficult to get through. But for the most part, it is just that core green-blue strategy with that extra mono-green Armoro and Londo Bell typing that is dusted around into it.
Yeah, essentially, if you think about that oops all Armoro quote that you mentioned before, then definitely this build is definitely very more geared towards that oops all ammo feeling in comparison, where it's very similar to a traditional 1 year war aggro type of strategy with not only those level 2 Zaku 2s, but also 4 copies of Rizal and then 2 copies of what we do not see here, the Gundam Easy 8 high mobility, essentially functioning as 2 more copies of Rizal. So that's essentially 6 level 3 cost 2 for 3 units for that extra little bit of pressure that allowed Dave to get to the top 4 by countering Gundam Lefrith quite efficiently in combination with that anthem effect of the original Gundam in order to buff those units to 5 AP.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, just a couple of moments' time, the players are getting prepared, so we are very close to getting gameplay of our semi-final B. That's right, we're getting ready to go straight into things. No need for pause. There's no breaks on this mobile suit train. Lianka on the left, Dave on the right. Ready for this mirror match. The fist bump already coming through. We are wasting no time. We are underway, and look at that. Oops, all Armoros.
Beautiful stuff. Armor on the left, armor on the right, armor on the sleeves. Genuinely inevitable. He's everywhere.
And we have our first units being
Double
contributed, and now
dragon!
it's Oopsal Jeggins to start things off as well. Dave having the numbers game with 2 of the Jeggins, and Lianka just kicking off with 1, having that EX resource. And are we just gonna go mode here? There is the Jegan, and now we see that search ability being activated here of the new unit coming down.
Yeah, really good read by Lianka, recognizing that this is essentially just a shield race at this point. Because if at any point Dave decides to trade with that Jagan, sure, he will build up his own trash. However, with Lianka having that EX resource, he is one level closer to that new Gundam level 7, being able to deploy it just a bit faster. So at that point, Dave needs to respect that. He recognizes that he's not even going for the shield area. He's just going to go wide in an attempt to most likely try and finish the game out by turn 6 perchance, depending on what the rest of his hand looks like.
Yeah, Dave just setting up that battle area, mobilizing his suits and thinking, can I just get through in 1 turn? There is the Jagan going through. Now Kaira's Regs will deal with a show of resolve from the shield area. Here's RX-78 burning the EX resource. There's the link
Amuro!
pair of the blue Amuro getting its rest effect, dealing with the most dangerous threat being the Rickdom thanks to its breach, and taking it out straight away past the turn, repair 2, and it's all classic here for the top 4 second semi-final.
Yeah, absolutely exciting stuff. And at this point, Dave obviously most likely still recognizing the fact that he also does not want to trade with any of those Londo Bell units. However, Lianka did just provide him with a unit that he does like to trade with instead. Ooh, that's a jabber already. Currently, Lianka's board completely rested, so we are not going to be able to use that this turn. However, I don't think we mind whatsoever, instead using it as a pseudo draw to fill up our hand with key pieces. Now, the real question is, are we going to trade with that Gundam RX-78, or are we going to build some pressure of our own by going sideways into the shield area? Because my expectation is we want to get rid of that RX-78.
Yeah, the issue we've got though is that if we are trading with that RX-78, we're losing 2 units to do so unless we get some kind of pump of our own. Here comes Rizel, won't be able to attack this turn and doesn't have a link preparation or a link requirement, so is not going to have to be able to attack. And so where does Dave go from here? Does he just crash 2 units into that RX-78 as previously mentioned? Or does he consign himself to the feeling that, well, this base is going to go down in 1 swing and there's not really a great deal that I'm going to be able to do about it because I don't want to be losing my units at this stage?
Yeah, we are going to trade, however, recognizing that Lianka has now used his EX resource, which means that now Dave is once again ahead in terms of level curve, which means that he now gets to deploy the new Gundam on his own first. So at that point, you are more than happy to trade and alleviate a little bit of shield pressure off of your shield area cards.
Well, there goes the Jaburo base as expected with the RX-78. There is the show of resolve coming through now to draw a couple of extra cards, then the payment of one just for a Jagan, just for an extra body and an extra unit on the board for now to continue to threaten on with. And then a reminder from the judge there that Lianka does get to repair again, so it's a completely free RX-78. Here comes Dave's RX-78, though, which will get the green Armoro link paired underneath it.
Yeah, and that means that we are on 6 HP instead of 5, so that means that we are able to survive this attack. And not only that, we are going to heal 2 off of the green Armoro, and then in the end step, as we see right now, repair 2, essentially healing 4 damage off of that trade. Absolutely phenomenal stuff.
Yeah, really good place for Dave to be in with a big return turn there. Now over with Lianka, has a couple of gun tanks in hand. Also looks like the level 4 regs, and I think a level 5 pilot as well as the level 4. It looks like both versions of the armor are available to Lianka here. It'll just be about where he wants to go. Of course, with the level 4 regs, having a link requirement of either Londo Bell trait or Armor Array would be able to create a link pair with either of the two pilots, depending on which one he wants to use. It is going to be an
Armoro
attack
to hand!
burst of the blue Armoro.
Oh
And here
no!
comes that level 4 regs. Which pilot is it going to be? It's going to be gun tank first. Double gun tank is what it will be to get rid of that Jagan.
Terrifying stuff. Absolutely terrifying. That pseudo repair for doing a lot of work. However, in the meantime, Lianka's saying, you know what? I have the gun tank to finish out a little bit of damage just to create a little bit of pressure of our own. At the end of the day, although gun tank only has 1 AP, that is more than enough to create shield pressure. So clearly showing to Dave that we are trying to close out the game next turn. We have no intention to trade anymore whatsoever. Dave recognizing this most likely, also both players knowing that there is now at least 1 copy of the blue armor array in Dave's hand. I'm expecting him to at least get rid of a gun tank. Normally you would say, okay, we're gonna want to risk the regs. However, in the case of Londo Bell, that means that we get to look at the top 3 cards to find a new Londo Bell unit. And I don't think we should allow our opponent that extra piece of consistency here.
Yeah, it's a very good call from yourself there, Gabby, as we are at level 6 at the moment for Dave. And this is where you can run into, and he can run into some of the awkwardness in terms of the build that he's got with this green-blue Londo deck. Doesn't have that level 5 4-cost new Gundam LR in his list, is relying purely on the level 7 to be his big top-end piece. So we are still 1 level away from it at the moment. We're going to show some resolve to start things off with, drawing ourselves 2 extra cards, 3 more resources left, so no feasibility for RX-78 plus Armoro link to happen on this turn. Will it just be maybe some gun tanks of Dave's own if he has them available? Some more level 2 weenies as well, things like the Sakutu or the Jagan. Here comes a payment of 1 resource. It's gonna be an Armoro,
Armoro!
and
We
it
are going
will
for the
be,
rigs after all.
yeah, the reg's being rested here. So just thinking, okay, I want to get as much damage off the board as possible. There's a swing in, deals with a new Gundam out of the shield area. And now there goes the Jagan.
Yeah, recognizing that we do not want. Oh, never mind. I wanted to say not allow Lianka to look at the top 3 cards. However, what we do instead is we take the free damage via that Grandpa Gundam, via that RX-78, and then instead clear off the rigs via 2 copies of the gun tank. Painful stuff.
Yeah, really, really nice stuff here. And now over to Lianka, who will draw for turn, draws a STO3 Zaku 2, and is currently only on level 5 at the moment here. Level 6, I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. With Lianka having that EX resource and then burning it earlier in the game to drop back down. So does have the option, potentially, if it's there, for that level 5 4-cost new Gundam to come down. Do believe that there is the pilot in hand as well, so we'll be able to get the breach. And there are definitely 2 or more Londo Bell cards in the trash, so would reclaim the
That's link
EX
number one.
resource. Instead, it is going to be the regs, and it is link number 1, as you mentioned. We don't have the resources to create link number 2 here to try and go for game on this turn. What we do have, though, are a couple of gun tanks that could be easy trade fodder. There goes RX-78. And what do we draw? It is going to be the Kira's Regs off of the Destroy effect.
Yeah, as we mentioned before, just upping that piece of consistency, being able to constantly find the pieces that we need, or at least the pieces we need to keep our hand resources alive via that regs and via that Kira's regs manipulating the top card of our deck. Now they also complement each other because they can find each other or not find each other depending on whether you want to keep that card on top via the Kira's regs. Then going for 2 1-drops in the form of Zaku 2, the ever faithful 3 AP threat during your own turn, and another copy of Jagan. I think the one way for Dave to be able to close out the game here would be if he actually has that level 7 new Gundam in hand.
Yeah, that level 7 new Gundam in hand would be able to create that fight with the when paired ability, and of course does have the breach. There goes a level 5 new Gundam from Lianka's shield area off of the Rizel attack. Gun tank comes down to clear the way of one of Lianka's already damaged gun tanks, and the second one will follow suit after being attacked into. And now we're going to see a big payment of Rizel and that sort of functional Rizel from EBO1, the Gundam Easy 8 High Mobility Custom, just another 4-3 unit on the board. Can Lianka crash through? Here is the swing first.
Oh,
Bursts a green arrow into hand. Jagan doesn't find a burst
that's
this
new
time.
Gundam! That's new
And
Gundam!
here is new Gundam. Here is
Oh,
the green
that bridges the
arrow.
game!
And it's going to go ahead and return the cards away. Are we going to have enough here to be able to get through with new Gundam?
And that's
There is
no
the
base!
swing,
That's
and
game
that is
one!
going to do it. Dealing the breach damage with the battle of the when paired ability, and then the actual swing itself with the link means that Lianka will take game number 1 in our second semi-final.
Incredible performance by both players, both of them being quite afraid of the other person's new Gundam, trying to take things slowly, trying to take things steadily. Eventually, Lianka recognized, hey, there's quite a bit of non-Londo Bell units on your board, so I need to control your board right now, which he respectfully did so. And then consistently, as we mentioned before, finding and manipulating the top cards of the deck via Kira's regs, looking at the top card, and then the regular rigs looking at top 3, although we did not find a new Gundam level 7 via that regs, it did mean that we are now 3 cards closer to actually finding that level 7 new Gundam, seeing how the remainder of the top 3 goes back to the bottom of your deck.
Yeah, absolutely. So Dave now with it all to do in these next 2 games. Lianka is 1 game away from going up against Kawa on that blue-white League Militaire stroke Kira Yamato control deck. Will he be able to get through on this second game, or will it go to a game 3 just like our first semi-final did? Dave happy with his opening hand, keeping a hold of that, going first again in game 2. Lianka, not happy, is going to go with the mulligan, drawing the next 5 cards of the deck, and the rest being reshuffled in.
Yeah, absolutely, Rostov. Now, Dave, being the aggressive strategy, once again opting to go first here instead of second. On the one hand, that does mean that you do get to try and close out the game on turn 6 if your hand allows you to. Now, for example, we already see the Zaku 2, we see the Jegan in hand, so that's really good. However, on the other hand, Lianka getting that EX resource means he is one level closer to that level 7 new Gundam. Now, last game he was forced to use that EX resource on his level 4 in order to control the board via a Gundam Amuro combo via the RX-78s. It seems like he might have to again this time, although I also think that he might not be forced to, seeing how Dave is going to go sideways anyway, so he is not forced to have to risk anything at all.
Well, we'll see as the game continues on as Lianka with an empty second turn there, nothing at level 3 to recontribute to the board. So Dave is just going to go sideways. There goes the Zaku 2 flying in. The Jagan will deal damage. It's the Corsica
Corsica!
base that we burst, so it's not going to get the tokens, but we are going to get the extra defensive capability, Rizel, and then Guntank coming down to just deal an extra little bit of chip damage onto that Jagan with its ability here. Very good start for Dave at the moment.
Yeah, an incredibly good start, even going wide, forcing Lianka to now try to trade with cards. Lianka recognizing, hey, not only is the Zaku 2 a 3 AP unit during your turn, it's also not a Londo Bell unit, so I'd much rather have that be in your trash than that copy of Jagan right there. Essentially, in the current board state, they almost fulfilled the same role. However, still a Londo Bell name versus a non-Londo Bell name. In the meantime, Dave controlling the shield area, opting to not go into that wristed rigs with the Gundam Amuro combo. We are just going to go face because we are trying to finish out the game. That's the fist bump for game 2. Dave just saying, hey, you know what? I don't care about level 7 new Gundam. We're not going to get to level 7.
Wow, we didn't even get to level 5. That was insane for Dave. A real throwback to the 1-year war deck that we saw at the start of the day, just going, I'm going to litter my battle area with cheap, well-statted units for their level and cost, and just take the early aggression right to you. Lianka not having the best start, it has to be said as well. An empty turn 2 with nothing at level 3, but ultimately just dropping unit upon unit upon unit, and Lianka saying, you know what, I've seen enough, we need to go to game 3.
Absolutely terrifying stuff. Knowing what Dave's deck is capable of now, I wonder what Lianka is going to think. Does he still want to go second for that EX resource, or is he going to deny Dave that extra bit of draw and that extra bit of tempo by being able to go first is the real question. I do still see an EX resource on Lianka's side, so he did opt to go second, so he is hoping to see level 7 this time around in order to once again take away the game with that level 7 new gun, and once again opting to mulligan here for both players, it seems, shuffling before we add cards to the shield area, and then we would be ready for that all-important game 3 of the top 4 B-side.
It is indeed. It's back like it was in the A side on the other side of the bracket, essentially to a best of 1. The exact format you played 8 rounds of yesterday. To get through to this stage, you've played 2 really difficult rounds already. This, the third, being the final gateway to the grand final. There's the fist bump. We are underway in game 3 of the second semi-final here in Rotterdam. An expected level 1 pass from Dave. We do have a turn 1 play for Lianka, and it is going to be that EX base buster in the level 2 Zaku 2.
Yeah, absolutely terrifying stuff in terms of aggro options, immediately showing that we are not kidding around. We are going on the aggressive on our own this time around. Then following up with 2 Jegans, Lianka having learned from Dave in game 2 and saying, you know what, I'm going to do that as well. That sounds really, really good. Finishing the game around level 5 is not too bad, it seems.
Yeah, being able to force Dave onto the back foot early on means that this Jagan has to take the attack into the Zaku too. Of course, survives because the +2 AP boost only happens on attack. But now, where does the rest of this turn go? There's nothing else rested, so gun tank not an option here. We're reaching for 2 resources. Is this just going to be the possibility of Rizel here? It's instead going to be the Kara's Regs. To have a look at the top card of the deck, it will go to the bottom, and then it will be a pass.
Yeah, and at that point, Lianka most likely just going full on face, and there we go. We've seen it before, we'll see it again. No burst this time around for Dave. Now let's see what he's going to do with that level 4. We are just going to play an RX-78 and passing right back. We are not going to link, we are not going to do anything silly. We are just going to keep it consistent and aggressive.
Yeah, it would have been quite something if Lianka did have the mono blue Armoro in hand to be able to link pair with the RX-78. Could have potentially resulted in a full board clear if that was the case. We are just going to see the swings going in for Dave to trade up. Rizels, plural, making their way onto the board now, representing 4 AP across each of the units. And passing the turn over. Lianka again just representing base being the place. NT1 goes to the trash. Here comes the level 5. And we do have 2 Londo Bell cards in the trash with these Jagans that have been traded. So a second EX resource is going to be generated.
Yeah, and now the terrifying stuff is not only are you going from level 5 to level 7 essentially so that you have access to the level 7 new Gundam a turn earlier than normal, you have it a turn even earlier because of your natural EX resource of going second, but the worst part here is Dave is essentially forced to not attack here because as soon as one of those Rezos goes sideways and survives, that means that Lianka would be able to crash into one of those with the new Gundam, not only being able to trade here, but then also filling his trash with that third Londo Bell card in order to fulfill the condition on the level 7 new Gundam. So honestly, it's almost an attack lock to a certain extent. Dave recognizing this, it seems, never mind going for shield anyway. This might just pay off for Lianka.
We are going to see the last attack of this turn go into the RX-78 Jaburo as well, up in the shield area to give a little bit of protection and make it so that one attack isn't just chipping away at that valuable now 2 card left in the shield area. And Dave still with 4 resources left available himself, so could see the possibility of an RX-78 and Mono Blue Armoro link to be able to rest down that level 5 new Gundam and try and trade into it. Instead, it's going to be board presence over board pressure, Rizel and Rickdom.
Now let's see what Lianka is going to do here. I feel like if he has the new Gundam combo, he is going to crash that new Gundam in here. Instead, what he'll do is he is not going for that. I don't think we have 3 Londo Bells in trash yet, so that's not going to be the effect of the new Gundam here. That is quite difficult. Instead, we are going to now trade. We still will breach for 5. We will take the 4 damage, healing back 2. So new Gundam still being on 5 HP here. And then instead, we are most likely going to use this new Gundam for pressure. Seeing how it's not paired, it might just go face instead. And it will!
It does indeed. No breach to be able to have that dual threat. Even though we do have the extra EX resource open, Lianka not willing to drop down 2 levels in order to do so. So over to Dave's turn, we will go up to level 6. So he is 1 level behind and 1 level away from the level 7 5-cost new Gundam to be able to hit his battle area. Both units rested at least on Lianka's side of the board, so we would be able to potentially do a little bit of trading here, exchange pretty much all of our units for the board, and that's exactly what's going to happen. The double trade in, the Rickdom will then go ahead and breach. It
Oh
breaches a
no!
green Armoro into hand from Lianka's side, and that's going to mean that Dave is going to pause again for a second here. Will just go ahead and trade in, slitters the board and says, look, do you have level 7 available in your hand? I think he might
I
have
think
just
he drew
drawn it.
it!
There's the 5
He
resources. There's the
is!
level 7. We know the link pair's already there. Effect, we do have
Oh
the third Londo
no!
Bell card in trash now, so we'll activate the fight ability. Do we have any way to stop this from happening? The fight will take place with the Rickdom. There will be the attack. That will
That's
do it.
it! Being bursted from Lianka's shield to his hand, so that means that Lianka already had one of the 2 essential pieces for the new Gundam, so Dave then had one of 2 options. Either you would swarm your board in hopes that the opponent only has the double link play and then maybe have to force the game out that way, or you are playing into knowing that the level 7 new Gundam is going to be there, and then to counter that, you are not going to play any units whatsoever, because that would have meant that Lianka would have needed the double link play in order to go for game during that turn instead. However, that's incredibly risky. Honestly, at that point, there wasn't really a right answer, there wasn't really a wrong answer. Incredible performance by both players.
Absolutely. And I think one of the biggest things that we saw there, especially in that game 3 there, was the power of the level 5 new Gundam. Dave not electing to put the card in his list at all, electing instead to go with the 4-3 vanillas, the likes of the Rizel and the EBO 1 green card as well. Instead, Lianka saying, you know what, jumping up essentially 2 levels by the time that I draw my next resource at the start of the next turn is pretty handy every now and then. So we want to make sure that they are getting the most versatility and the most usage out of them as humanly possible. But now it's going to be a really difficult challenge and a really difficult ask to get through on blue-white control.
Yeah, once again, an absolutely incredible matchup is going to be what we expect here with Kawa Pedros versus Lianka in the grand finals. Very exciting stuff. I wonder what'll happen with Lianka's build specifically, because it is more of the traditional Londo Bell strategy where we do have a lot of the consistency pieces, but then Kawa Pedros, knowing about the traditional Londo Bell strategy and having built his deck specifically to counter that. So I expect that we might be going into quite a long triple game grand finals, and I'm all here for it.
Yeah, it would be fantastic if we do get that opportunity. But this is it. We are going to have the grand final. And you mentioned a couple of times about Titans of the format, Gabby. I think what this event really represents is kind of a passing of the torch, a changing of the guard. Even though they are very similar color pairings and color combinations that we are used to with blue, white, and green, blue, they are in very, very different formats with the new cards from the likes of GDO5 and GDO4 as well to boot with the League Militaire package. We are seeing a real evolution into these traditional color pairings. But the big question is going to be who will come out on top. We will be finding out very, very soon, so do not go anywhere, because when we return, we will have the grand final of the Rotterdam Regionals for the Gundam card game live after this. Welcome back to our coverage of the Gundam card game Rotterdam Regionals, where it's all going to come down to this. Our final two looking to become champion for the first time in the GDO5 format in Europe. Ben and Gabby here with you. We have been able to call some really, really exciting games throughout the weekend, but now it's time. The two new titans of the Gundam card game competitive format, Blue White Control against Green Blue Londo.
Yeah, absolutely exciting stuff. As we mentioned before, I keep throwing around the term Titans of the format. However, if there's two decks that are absolute forces to be reckoned with, it is that blue-green Londo Bell strategy and that blue-white Strike Freedom control strategy. Now, at the end of the day, the players over here are looking to fight for the title of the first GDO5 regional winner within the EU. Now, they are not only fighting for that, they are fighting for a plethora of prizes, including a beautiful, beautiful trophy, in addition to everything else they are competing for. Absolutely wonderful stuff. Look
And
at
there
that.
they are, the trophies. Someone will be walking away with the Champions Trophy, the other a second place title that they will certainly be able to show off and be proud of. That gorgeous Zeong artwork that has been the sort of key art for this second season, this second half of the 2026 championship campaign, obviously alongside the Zeong and Cha as enable prize cards as well that are a part of this day 2 regionals prizing grouping. But now it's time to look and shift our attention to the matchup itself. Green Blue Londo Bell up against this blue white Strike Freedom control deck, and the Strike Freedom control deck having the access to the League Militaire package as well.
Yeah, terrifying stuff. Upping the consistency not only in draw power via the Victory Gundam LR, also being able to still rest enemy units via the Victory Gundam, via the V-Dash Gundam, I should say. As long as you have enough tokens, you can just rest your tokens in order to rest enemy units. Very similarly fulfilling a role similar to how Amuro Ray and the RX-78 would do that before, except instead of having that Anthem effect, instead of having that Repair 2 effect, we are replacing that with draw effects, upping the consistency in order to more quickly get to our endgame key pieces in the form of Strike Freedom Gundam, in the form of Freedom Gundam. First, we are going to quickly look at Lianka's deck profile here. The traditional Londo Bell build, if we look at this, as we mentioned before during the previous round, 4 Kara's rigs, 4 level 4 rigs, as well as 2 copies of Lekylum, which is very, very interesting for the mirror match, because we saw that Lekylum is not as popular as we expect it to be. And as a result, Rekylum is now the key piece to the mirror match, because that means that you get to reduce 1 damage off of that level 7 new Gundam in order to be able to trade with the enemy's new Gundam while still surviving, which means 1 reduction, only taking 6 of an enemy new Gundam, and then healing 2 off of your green Amuro Ray. In the meantime, we see nothing but consistency in every other part of this strategy when it comes to level curve, 4 Zaku-2s, 4 Jagans, 4 gun tanks, great early game pressure, complemented by those 3 rig doms in order to flow and curve towards the level 4 RX-78, level 5 new Gundam, optionally an NT1 for that final bit of ping damage, potentially even more draw power as well as 4 copies of Amuro Ray for all of that beautiful linking consistency.
Yeah, it's a really well put together deck, and one that has been worthy of the spot in the grand final. But let's take a look at his opponent, the undefeated Kawa Pedros. Got all the way to 8-0 at the end of day 1, has continued that run through with this Strike Freedom / League Militaire package. And it's that League Militaire package, as has been mentioned, which has added the extra consistency into this deck, not only in terms of the cards that you are able to draw physically with things like the Victory Gundam, generating all of those parts tokens that you can contribute to the 3 or more League Militaire necessary units in play. But things like the V-Dash Gundam to again use your parts tokens to your advantage, rest down and target something so that you can attack into it with the V-Dash Gundam and then breach for 3. But of course, the namesake of the deck, the big level 8 6 cost Strike Freedom Gundam, being able to choose 1 to 2 of your units, and during the turn when they destroy an enemy card with battle damage, draw 1, as well as act some removal if we bottom deck and we discard 2 cards away during attack while we are paired. Traditionally, the way to beat aggro style strategies, or strategies that could have the potential to get a little more aggressive, is to play through those early blockers like we've got here in this list with Zalote, just the 1 copy of Rick Diaz, the Gundam Elfriths, and the Silver Bullets. Will that be the case in this grand final matchup? Or will the Londo Bell strategy just have enough to get over the top of this real big wall?
That is the question on everyone's mind currently, because 2 titans of the format are going to battle it out in this grand finals, and what an adventure it has been. With yesterday on day 1 during the best of 1 matches, we were already treated to a plethora of beautiful strategies, including but not limited to these 2 blue-white strike freedom control and Londo Bell strategies, but also so much more. And then starting today, we had that top 16. If possible, I would love to ask the production team, there it is, that beautiful bracket breakdown, to quickly look at how our finalists got here, with Kawa Pedros being undefeated after Swiss, coming into this top scene, still 16, still being undefeated, coming into the grand finals. Will he be able to make it through, or will Lianka prove himself after having defeated Mr. Rogers, Frank, as well as Dave, in order to now finally face his final opponent in Kawa Pedros?
Yeah, Cal Pedros getting through by 2 games to 1 in top 16, a clean 2-0 sweep in top 8, and then the 2 games to 1 victory over Rusty on that red-white mobile fighters deck. Lianka only has been forced to a game 3 once in this run so far, and that was back in our second semi-final. So he's felt in control for the most of this day 2, the most of this top cut. He's going to have to take some serious control and some serious initiative to get through potentially 2 games at minimum. Stand between one of these players and them lifting the Champions Trophy here in Rotterdam. We are both set up. We see the fist bump. We are underway in our untimed grand final at the Rotterdam Regionals. Kawa going first, Lianka going second, and it's him who will have the opening play with the Zaku 2.
Immediately being responded to with a Zalote, making sure that we are staying alive here. Now, in a previous feature match, we did see that Zalote of Kawa Pedros constantly being answered by a Darkness Finger. However, luckily for Kawa Pedros, Darkness Finger is not in a green-blue strategy as the red card, as much as Lianka would love for that to be the case right now.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to see Kawa allow that first attack to go through. Then Zalote will just take the value trade in with the Zaku 2, meaning that it will survive this time. There now is the Regs. No link pair alongside with it just yet. Not wanting to burn away that EX resource that we started with. Here comes Victory Gundam for Kawa Pedros. And nothing further, because the Zalote, of course, can't target the enemy player with its attacks, needs to have that Regs swing in first before it can choose a chance to go sideways.
You are absolutely correct. And at that point, this is now a game of going fast and seeing how fast we can be as the Londo Bell strategy. Kawa Pedro is now recognizing I don't want you to climb and surge towards your big new Gundam. Even if you don't find it off of this Regs, that means you are at least 3 cards closer to a copy of that level 7 new Gundam. I simply cannot allow that to happen during your own turn anyway. So we're gonna let that attack through. Lianka recognizing that and just saying, okay, I'll establish a board via this Corsica base, deploying a Tallgeese here, and also having the pseudo draw by taking that one shield. If I'm not mistaken, I think I already saw a copy of the level 7 new Gundam in Lianka's hand as well, so maybe Lianka might just be biding his time here, looking for other units not only to trade but also fill up his trash.
I tell you what, that hand is stacked with top end at the moment. Not only, I think, is the level 7 in there, I think I saw the level 5, as well as the link available to Lianka if he wants it. Obviously, the issue right now, as you've identified, Gabby, is that we don't have the Londo Bell cards in trash at the moment. It's just that Zaku 2, so wouldn't be able to get the extra EX resource from the level 5 on deployment here. So almost trying to ask and sort of bait Kawa here, maybe in a sense, to get him to swing into this 4-2 regs, get the first of multiple Londo Bell cards in the trash, and get Lianka the opportunity to search the top of the deck.
And what we are going to do here is we are going to link that Victory Gundam, deploying a parts token, going into that Regs, indeed, taking the 4 damage. However, we get a card, and in addition to that, Lianka gets a Kira's Regs here in order to manipulate the top card of his deck on the following turn. Most likely, we're going to end it off with a Silver Bullet and pass it back to Lianka.
Yeah, I don't think Lianka will be too dissuaded or too disappointed with the result of that. It is one of 2 Londo Bell cards in trash necessary to get that deploy effect of the level 5 online and get him that extra EX resource. He is up to level 6 already currently, so 1 away from the level 7 new Gundam. But again, still 2 cards in trash away from being able to get that fight effect online when paired. So we're going to start this turn off with the Kaira's regs that we knew had been taken from Kawa's point of view. Top card will go to the bottom of the deck, and it looks like we might be
There's
trying
another
again
one.
here. Here's the second, and again, Lianka not happy with what he sees, sends it to the bottom of the deck again.
Didn't even have to think about that for the slightest instance. Looking at it, immediately shifting it to bottom. So he's looking for very specific answers here, it seems.
Yeah, maybe looking for the blue armor array pilot to wrest away one of these blockers and stop them from being able to jump in. Here comes the silver bullet block. Here comes the unforeseen
Unforeseen.
incident in the action step. So value trading against that tall geese token and making it so that our silver bullet blocker lives with 3 remaining HP. Will be able to eat up one of those Kaira's regs again on the next turn. There's the attack in from Caio Pedros. We do have the 3 League Militaire units, again, as mentioned in the breakdown, thanks to those parts tokens. So we will get to draw a card.
Beautiful stuff. Once again, focusing on that consistency, making sure that the hand resources stay alive. We deploy a V-dash, we rest the power token, rest the Kira's regs, and swing these a load into there. On the one hand, that does mean that you have a bit of breathing room on the battle area. However, we are filling up the trash with more and more Londo Bell cards slowly but steadily, so I don't think Lianka is complaining too much about this just yet.
Yeah, that is now the 2 Londo Bell cards in trash. So the level 5 is online as a potential threat with its deploy ability. Swing goes in here with the Jagan. Just easy block declared from the Elfrith here. And now what does Lianka do? Because that now does also recognize and represent the 3rd Londo Bell card in the trash. So we could go with the
That's
level
5.
7 here.
That's
There
5.
is 5 resources. It looks like Kawa might have fallen right into the trap. There is the new Gundam level
And the
7.
Armoro.
There is the green Amuro coming down as well. So we're going to activate the deploy effect, pop the 3 cards into exile. What are we going to elect to fight here? It's gonna be the active silver bullet blocker.
Yeah, essentially only taking 1 damage here, thanks to healing back 2 damage off of that green armor array. I'm sorry, taking 2 damage. Because 4 minus 2 is indeed 2, not 1. I can do my elementary maths. Please trust me. We are then afterwards also clearing that Elfrith, which is basically a free trade here because minus 2 plus 2. And then we are going to clear that Victory Gundam, making sure that Kawa is not allowed to draw any more cards and has a bit of a difficult time getting rid of this new Gundam unless he is willing to sacrifice his V-Dash Gundam here, which once again would not be a problem for Lianka whatsoever, because I'm pretty sure we saw before that he already has his second copy in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. The issue will be about trying to get those Londo Bell cards in trash, but at the very least, if we do have that trade, the new Gundam and the pilot both have the Londo Bell trait, so it refills us back up ready for another fight ability and the when paired for the level 7. And Kawa in a bit of an awkward spot here without any kind of link in hand or a way to soften up that new Gundam. Right now, Kawa would have to sacrifice his entire board with trades to get rid of this new Gundam. The parts token would have to go in first, and then the V-Dash Gundam in order to get rid of it and also ensure that the breach triggers at the same time.
Yeah, terrifying stuff, honestly. Even though it's only 1 unit, it is a terrifying bit of board presence. Luckily, bless the designers that the Green Amuro is only limited to healing damage during your turn, otherwise it would have meant that Kawa would not have even been able to get rid of this new Gundam. Regardless, Kawa says, you know what, you can keep your new Gundam, you can continuously breach me here. What I'm going to do instead is just quickly whittle down your shield area cards a little bit. Then afterwards, we're going to go for Freedom plus Kira, which means essentially we see AP minus 4, being able to clear the new Gundam and only taking 3 damage as a result. That is quite a healthy looking Freedom Gundam as a result.
Yeah, that is a lot better of a situation there for Kawa. Again, does still put the extra Londo Bell cards in the trash. So if Lianka does just want to slam another new Gundam link pair, he does have the opportunity to do so. First, we're going to drop this Kira's reg. Putting 2
That's
resources
4.
aside, that's 4 resources, so it's gonna be the level 5 new Gundam instead coming down. We do, of course, have 2 or more Londo Bell cards in trash, so that will be an extra EX resource generated here for Lianka. Do we have the pair to give New Gundam Breach 3? We're going to burn both EX resources instead and set up the RX-78.
That is so smart because even though Kawa might not know it, this is basically telegraphing from Lianka that there is a new Gundam in hand because we have the 3 shield damage. We either have the link play for that last bit of damage, or we have 1 excess attack as a result of the new Gundam being paired potentially during the next turn. However, as you said, very crucial to be setting up our trash here first. So maybe we could even trade via the original new Gundam or via the Kira's rigs to get that last piece of the puzzle in the trash, and afterwards we would have exactly lethal if Kawa Pedros does not burst a base.
Pedros here is reaching for 6, so it's time for his big closer,
Oh,
the Strike Freedom Gundam, making its way down into the battle area. We're going to declare our targets with the deploy ability to choose what ones are going to draw. There is
and
the
Kira
link pair
Yamato!
as well of the blue Kira Yamato, so that's already drawing a card. We're going to rest the parts token with the effect of V-Dash Gundam. And what are we going to choose? Everything is a legal target here. What are we more scared of? The possibility of the breach or the possibility of the banner effect of the RX-78? It's the breach that we're more possibly scared of. We're taking out that new Gundam. There's breach again now for ourselves. And it's another level 5 that goes away this time.
Yeah, and very, very smart to make sure that the Strike Freedom Gundam is taking no damages so far, because that means that it is going to remain at 8 HP, which is just too much for that new Gundam to get rid of in a Daring Pair swoop effect. So that is very clever off of Kawa Pedro's. Luckily for Lianka, there's quite a plethora of other options for that new Gundam to go into if he wants to. However, Kawa Pedro's comfortably controlling the board as a result of that Strike Freedom most likely surviving and then being able to potentially get rid of that new Gundam if we do survive.
It's going to be a really big ask on this turn here for Lianka, with Cal Pedros representing game on board right now with the 3 units that are able to attack. 1 resource suspiciously left open as well here. Lianka's just going to dump the hand and just hope for the best that there is a shield card, or there is a base card in that shield area. Kawa will draw for turn. Where is he going to start with? Is he going to gamble and go for it? We're going to start off doing our due diligence, resting the parts token and resting the RX-78. We're not going to quite go for it yet. There is the base that we burst, but it's going to be immediately dealt with.
Oh, terrifying stuff, really, if you think about it. Very, very rough. Now, what do we do here? Are we going to activate the effect of the Strike Freedom? We are, it seems, which means that we are going to shuffle back that Zaku 2 to the bottom of the deck. Then the last shield going to hand, and game 1 going to Kawa Pedros.
Yeah, very unfortunate there for Lianka, when it looked like that he just had the opportunity to be able to take game 1. But Kawa Pedros, with that Strike Freedom Gundam, being able to keep enough pressure alive for himself. And as we mentioned at the start of the game, that utility of the parts tokens, being able to rest down some really important possible attackers and have them as targets for your own units to swing into, meant that he was able to just do enough to clean things up. So game 1 goes to blue-white Strike Freedom control, and is just 1 game away from being our European regional champion in Rotterdam.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff, really. Now, the question is, will Lianka have learned from this game 1 like we saw before in previous matches, where game 1, sure, similarly to how it happened to Dave, losing the game 1, then on the game 2, going fully on the aggressive, in Dave's case, with the Rezels, with those high mobilities, in Lianka's case, most likely via the Kira's rigs, via the Jagans. If he would be aggressive enough, and if he could be aggressive enough, he might be able to close out the game on turn 6 potentially, but that is a very big ask against blue-white control, knowing the plethora of blockers that are at Kawa Pedro's disposal, in the form of that Gundam Elfrid, in the form of that Rick Diaz, but also in the form of other control options because of that League Militaire package.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the players getting themselves ready for the game 2 here, with Lianka having so little time, so little room for issue, for misstep, for failure here. Has to win both of these last 2 games to be able to take the title of Rotterdam Regional Champion. Is going to Mulligan as well, so his hope lasts on these top 5 cards of the deck. Kawa is going first. Lianka taking the EX resource after losing game 1 and is electing to go second. The players having their final discussions, their final preparations. We will now see for what will possibly be the final time the fist bump in just a moment to get us ready for game two. A little bit of camaraderie, a little bit of discussion still between the two players before we get underway. Here we go with game two, the game that could very well decide our Rotterdam regional champion.
Potential match point indeed for Pedros. We do see a very similar start of the game, exactly how it happened in game one. Turn one, a Zaku for Lianka being answered by the Zalot from Pedros, once again letting it through, and Akira's Regs as well. This is just one on one on one, the exact same pattern, which means that most likely Pedros is now going to swing his Zolot into that Zaku 2, surviving with 1 damage. There we go. I'm getting a massive sense of deja vu here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Lianka will be hoping to rewrite that sense of history as well in this game too. Pedros dropping a second Zalote. Here comes the attempt to the swing of the Kayla's Regs. Gets blocked. There's the gun tank to take care of the final Zalote. And then with 2 more resources, it's another Kayla's Regs coming down. This time, we're keeping the card on top.
Oh, that is good news for Lianka, not only because he has been able to deal with both Zillows in the form of forcing a block off of Pedros with the first one and then finishing the second one off via the ping damage of the gun tank. However, Pedros being absolutely unfazed, saying, okay, sure, you've gotten rid of 2 blockers, but try and get rid of 2 more in the form of Rig Diaz and Gundam Lefrith. Absolute demons when it comes to blockers and their stat lines.
They absolutely are cards that have been around and includes index pretty much since they were released. Elfrith may be the slight difference to that rule, having a couple of formats where it wasn't necessarily seen in its full proximity, but is well and truly back with a bang as we see the Kayra's Regs go and attack in. Pedros deciding not to block. I don't want to give you the extra Londo Bell cards in the trash, especially considering that would have been at least, I think, the second, and Lianka on level 5 could have looked to deploy that level 5 4-cost new Gundam for an extra EX resource. It's going to be the link pair instead here of the RX-78 with the blue Armoro. Which one are we going to target down? It will be the Elfrith, which means we will end our turn with a completely healthy RX-78 after the repair.
Yeah, that repair 2 is definitely not to be underestimated here because it changes the numbers so incredibly strongly in Lianka's favor here. Because normally where you would think, okay, sure, I've traded with X amount of damage, in this case specifically 2, I only need to deal 3 more and I should be fine. The RX-78 says, no, I am a force to be reckoned with. I am going to heal that right back. You don't get to me unless you deal that 5 damage. And then in addition to that, we are going to be able to not be bounced because we are full health. Not only is Pedros tapped out, so he wouldn't have been able to link that ill strike anyway, it wouldn't have been able to bounce regardless because of that 5 HP off of their RX-78. Meanwhile, Lianka continuously applying pressure, Pedros allowing that attack to go through because he wants that ill strike to remain on the board here. We are going wide once more.
We are indeed. Jagan and Gun Tank in the battle area to join the link paired RX-78. Pedros just asking about the cards that are in trash. We see 2 Kayra's Regs, a Zaku 2, and another Gun Tank in the trash at the moment for Lianka. And now for Pedros, looking to figure out what the next line in this turn is going to be. We don't have as many League Militaire units on board right now, so the Victory Gundam a little away from being able to potentially come down and start drawing cards on attack on the following turn. We are going to change that up a little bit now with V-Dash Gundam and the Victory Gundam coming down as a couple League Militaire units, activating the effect of V-Dash to rest the Victory Gundam, rest the gun tank, and take a 1-unit chip away with the Ale Strike.
Yeah, and that's absolutely no problem for Cowapedros whatsoever, because even though he had to rest his Victory Gundam, that is actually favorable for Cowapedros as a result of the destroyed effect on the Victory Gundam, allowing him to create a PADS token, essentially being able to repeat what he did just now, unless Lienka gets rid of that PAD token this turn specifically, which is quite a ask, because that would mean that you would have to commit to resting that parts token via effects, which at the end of the day, if you really want to... Whoa! I'm going to interrupt myself here,
Yep,
because the way to
this
get
is
rid of the
why.
V-Dash Gundam is just the new Gundam!
And this is why Lianka was happy to take the trade into the Victory Gundam, because that was the third card in trash of the Londo Bell trait. So we immediately set ourselves up for the big level 7. Now the Ale Strike goes down. We get the 4 damage. There is the swing from the new Gundam. Repair trigger will happen as well. And all of a sudden, we have the possibility of either link pair for game as well on board.
Yeah, and very respectable play here from Lianka, recognizing that he needs his new Gundam to be quite healthy currently, so instead of going for that extra bit of breach damage via attacking the Ailstrike Gundam via new Gundam, that would have meant that he would have had 2 more damage on that new Gundam, which would have made it susceptible to destruction, which would have meant that he wouldn't have been able to close out the game next turn anyway, so instead he opts to go for the RX-78 to go into the Ailstrike in order to make sure that both units remain surprisingly healthy once again, thanks to that repair 2 off of the RX-78.
And now with Pedros, who plays the Agama base, puts him to just 1 card remaining in shield area, and now has a bunch of resources rested here. It's gonna be for the Freedom Gundam, and 1 more as well. We do have the
Oh,
link of Kira Yamato, so we're gonna be able to generate -4 AP's reduction here with the Freedom effect and the Kira effect on attack. It's going to deal with the RX-78 on that turn. And of course, with the Agama in play, the breach is not going to be live.
yeah, you're absolutely right. Once again, Agama is showing why it is such a good card in the GDO5 format. I've said it once again, I'll say it again. Being able to counter not only the level 5 new Gundam and the level 7 new Gundam, but in addition to this, the Rigdom, which is ever so popular still in the format, as well as MF players that opt to go for the Dragon Gundam, as well as Master Asia damage being negated. Agama is just straight up value regardless of what your matchup is.
It certainly is, but now speaking of value, the Corsica base coming in here for Lianka, generating that Torgis token, and also the Kira's regs as well. So game being well and truly represented here on board with the 2 active units of Lianka, unless there is a base in that final shield area card. Does Pedros have enough here to stop this possible onslaught of the 2 active units? That's the real worry here at the moment, because we can deal with that new Gundam thanks to the link paired freedom that is on Kawa's side of the board. But then there goes our blocker, there goes our defensive capabilities.
Yeah, that would be quite risky, and that would mean that we would open the gates fully for Lianka to come in and swoop that game 2 up, which would have meant that we would be going to that all-important game 3 here. However, perhaps Cowapedros has a trick up his sleeve in his hand. We are going to see Silver Bullet, we are going to see Zolo, we see 2 blockers, unless Lianka has a link combo of New Gundam, which I don't think I saw in his hand just now. Cowapedros might just be in it still.
Just do enough here to keep things alive for him. It's just 2 cards in hand for Lianka. Is going to fire the Torgis token into battle. That will have the Zolot token, the Zolot card, immediately thrown in front of it. So what is Lianka working with? It's a payment of 1. It's a gun tank, which will deal with the rested freedom. And Lianka once again passing the turn, again asking the same question of Pedros. The difference here, though, is at least he's going into this turn with an undamaged active blocker in the form of that silver bullet, still alive for himself. And with Cal Pedros flicking through the hand there, I think I might spy with my little eye a Strike Freedom Gundam potentially in hand.
Yeah, you might be absolutely correct here. However, what we'll see first is that pseudo draw off of the Reinforced Junior. And not only that, because we have a League Militaire card on the board already, we get another parts token, which is absolutely wonderful to fuel not only your Victory Gundam, but your V-Dash Gundam in order
Oh,
to be able to trade or clear, in this case, that Kira's Regs.
and this is possibly even better again, forcing the issue for Lianka to have the level 7 new Gundam and the pair with a pilot as well to get that fight, to get that clearance of the 5 HP base right now. And Lianka looking down on the board is just gonna pass, has
Oh
nothing
no.
that he can do. Has the Londo Bell Green Blue deck just run out of steam? And is Kawa Pedros now going to start to run away with things here? We've got the parts tokens on board, so we can rest one of them to clear away this gun tank this turn as well. First, we're going to show some resolve, show off to Lianka and say, I can draw more cards than you. And now we see a big payment. Is this 6? It is. It's
It
the Strike
is
Freedom. I saw it earlier in hand. We're going to target some units with draws.
7.
There is the link as well with the blue Kira. Oh, this is going all so wrong for Lianka here.
Is rough. We are clearing the shield, or the base, I should say, drawing one card, drawing a second card off of that V-Dash Gundam, breaching. Luckily for Kawa, sadly for Lianka, no burst from that breach shield there. Passing the turn, drawing. Did we just draw a new Gundam? Did I just see that? Do we have the pilot if we did see that new Gundam?
We do have a pilot, but I don't know whether it's the wrong new Gundam. I wonder if it's the level 5 as opposed to the level
It
7. It's
might
just
just
a
be because
pass
he's passing it
again.
back.
A second empty turn for Lianka, and look at the body language. Is he resigning himself to maybe this game and his tournament run being over? A second place finish certainly isn't one to be disappointed at, but for it to end like this, what a way for it to finish. But it's not over yet. Show of resolve here from Kawa up to level 10. Now
More
overflowing
draws.
affection, just digging and digging more and more cards. Lianka would love to see some card draw options for himself to try and get closer to that level 7. Here comes the first attack. No
No
burst.
burst.
There goes the regs.
I think at this point, Kawa Pedros might just be waiting it out because with every attack, he is going to get Lianka closer to a potential burst off a pilot. So with the current board state, depending on what he just drew here, if he didn't draw any link plays, he might just go for the one extra shield and then just call it a day afterwards to present game on board. He is going for the shield at this point. We bursted an armor roll! Oh no, that might be painful.
We burst the blue armor up into our hand, so we will be able to look to rest. There is the pair for the pilot, the Uso Elwin, onto the Silver Bullet, and now Victory Gundam to represent championship on board here for Kawa Pedros. Lianka looking down at his hand, sees a couple of units. There is, I think, that level 5 new Gundam, but it's the wrong one again that we need here. We need the level 7 if we're going to be able to take this game and send us to game 3. Lianka looking down at the board step. It's a shake of the head. He's not happy. Here's the 4.
It's the
There is
level
the level
5.
5. And in the back of Kawa Pedros' mind, that will be music to his ears that it is the wrong new Gundam. There is the link pair of the blue Armoro. We are going to swing. We are just going to clear or attempt to clear the shield area. We've got some resources open. Don't tell me we've got unforeseens in hand. Oh,
We
no.
might just do. Oh no.
Oh, we
That's
do! blue.
Go.
And it's
Ah.
scooped! That is going to be it! Kawa Pedros undefeated to become your Rotterdam regional champion for the Gundam card game Blue-White Strike Freedom Control. The Boil Buster is what you called it earlier today, Gabby. It's exactly the story here in Rotterdam. A clean 2-0 sweep in the grand final.
Yeah, at the end of the day, that 8 being the magic number here means that you get to break the Londo Bell strategy wide open by not allowing your or the enemy's new Gundam to break your key pieces in the form of that Freedom Gundam, in the form of that Strike Freedom Gundam, while at the same time out-resourcing them in terms of card advantage because of that Victory Gundam draw, because of that show of resolve, because of the Strike Freedom draws. It's just absolutely incredible stuff. At the same time, you are controlling the early game via that infinite plethora of blockers that we keep talking about. Bellbreaker, staying true to his name, Strike Freedom Control, is the winner of the Rotterdam Regional, undefeated.
Absolutely. What a story it has been. And I remember the early stages of the Gundam card game last year where Blue-White Control was looking to be one of the most dominant factors in the competitive format. And it's starting this way again from what has almost kind of been the soft reset button pressed with all of the impact of the limitations, the pair bans, the outright ban of Anksha as well. There would have been some in the community for the Gundam card game that would have said, well, with Anksha gone now, so much of the power of blue is just gone. Clearly not the case this weekend.
No, not at all whatsoever. Although Blue has lost some toys in the form of Anksha, lost some potential in the form of that pair restriction of the gun tank, as well as the M1 Astray, it's not enough. And Blue just still does what it keeps on doing. It's very good with that League Militaire package. It's incredibly great with that old package, specifically that Kira Yamato for more card draw and that Strike Freedom for incredible control gameplay. Blue-White doing what it did before in GDO 1, and now with the 1-year anniversary of Gundam, still doing what it does, but in an incredibly new way thanks to GDO 5.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the winning list for the Rotterdam Regionals in the Gundam card game, piloted by Kawa Pedros. It is this blue-white control, headlined by Strike Freedom Gundam and this Kira Yamato package. Strike Freedom and Freedom working side by side, along with the Ale Strike and the power of both the blue and the white Kira Yamato pilots. The white for board presence and control, the blue for pure advantage with the card draw.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. One of the key plays that we saw a few times during this weekend was that Freedom Gundam combined with the original Kira Yamato for that -4 AP explosive turn in order to re-establish board state, in order to neutralize the game, in order to make sure that the opponent was not able to tip the skills here. So incredible stuff. At the same time, we should not underestimate the early game pressure and control power of that League Militaire strategy, not only in the form of Zalot, not only in the draw power of the Victory Gundam, but the MVP this weekend, it seemed, the Phi Gundam, not only because of its generic breach effect, but being able to rest a League Militaire unit in order to rest one of your opponent's units. Absolutely terrifying.
It was indeed. Now let's take a look at the runner-up deck list. Green, blue, the Oops All Armoro / Londo Bell deck. A deck that you had your eye on and you tipped, Gabby, to be, if not the winning deck of this weekend's tournament, certainly one to keep an eye out for. And what we've seen is, again, similar to the blue-white control, an evolution of what we knew as Green Blue 1 Year War, but now with some serious threat at the top end of the deck. The level 5 new Gundam with its potential to breach for 3 and deploy it with an EX resource alongside it if you have 2 or more Londo Bell cards in the trash, and set yourself up the turn directly afterwards if you already have an EX resource in play is for that level 7 new Gundam and the opportunity to fight a unit when paired if you can exile 3 Londo Bell cards from your trash.
Yeah, absolutely terrifying. That level 7 new Gundam is definitely the main boss monster of this strategy. Of course, you have a plan B in the form of your aggro tools in the early game, an example of Zakutu, an example of the Rigdom. At the same time, you have that Corsica base in order to not only get that Tallgeese token, but to get to those 2 Leo tokens. I think it's a very, very interesting deck and strategy, and I think looking at both Londo Bell and looking at the blue-white control list, I think even in the GDO5 format only, we are going to see these decks evolve quite exponentially, I would say, where they both are going to continuously try and find new counters against each other. Because as we said before, these two are definitely the titans of the format. So one of the things that might happen with the Londo Bell strategy, for example, is we might be able to see more Rakailans being played, not only for that damage reduction effect, but we need not forget that new Gundam is able to exile any Londo Bell card from the trash in order to activate its paired effect. So not only units, which means that Rakaimon would be 2 more copies of or in this specific deck list, 2 more copies of a Londo Bell card. The same goes for Kirasu. Now, one of the things that we saw is people respecting that regs, that level 4/4/2, because they don't want the Londo Bell opponent to have that destroyed effect, to have that looking at the top 3 to find another Londo Bell unit, unless they crash into something with their regs in and of their own. However, one of the ways that Londo Bell would be able to counter that is say, hey, now I will be playing, let's say 2, maybe even 3, if you're very daring, copies of Kirasu, not only for more link consistency within the Londo Bell strategy, but also to force the opponent into regs if they don't have any link units of their own to go around the effect of that Kirasu. And then once again, as I said before with Rakailum, Kirasu being a Londo Bell card, once again more easily filling up your trash. However, this is me just spewing deck theories. At the end of the day, I am just one person. I don't think I am ever going to be able to compete against the collective hive mind that is the Gundam card game community. You guys have shown us time and time again how incredibly creative you guys are when it comes to deck building, when it comes to finding new secret techs, when it comes to evolving the game outside of the game.
Absolutely. Well, for one last time, we can take a look at the bracket and see the pathway that our champion has taken to take game and tournament here. Kawa Pedros coming in to day 2 undefeated after knocking out top 4 at World's finisher Aibo in the final round as well. First up took a victory against Green Blue Londo Bell in top 16, then being able to get through a blue white control mirror match in the top 8. Top 4, of course, was that red white mobile fighters deck that made it all the way to the semi-finals, and then a clean 2-0 sweep against the deck that, in theory, it is engineered to topple.
Yeah, absolutely incredible performance by all players in the top 16. However, at the end of the day, only one player can come out victorious. In this case, the player undefeated after Swiss, undefeated from top 16 onwards to the finals, Kawa Pedros, being our Gundam card game regional Rotterdam winner.
It is indeed. So it means there's one thing left for us to do, and that is to crown him with our ceremony and present the prizes and that all-important Champions Trophy that we saw just a moment ago at the start of the round. There is the second place trophy being delivered to Lianka. There is the Champions Trophy being delivered to Kawa. That's it. Show it off, lads. There are your top two. There is one of our wonderful judges as well that has been a part of making sure the event runs smoothly, giving us a wave, giving us a smile. We love to see it. Congratulations to those top two. It's not just that as well that they will be walking away with. There's some other regional prizing that they will also be walking away with, themed very much to Zeong and Cha as enabled. Take a look at all of this goodness that they will be walking away with.
Look at that absolutely beautiful top 32 getting not only a copy of that beautiful ultimate artwork of the original Shah Aznavour, you get two different wire guided arm, which means that if you play the Zeong, if you play that aggro strategy, you get to deploy two different arms, one left, one right, and then if you go on to the top 8, you get another copy of those. And if you're the winner, not only will you be able to play those different arms, not only will you be able to play those fancy Shah Aznavours, you will be able to deploy a terrifyingly magnificent Zeong, and once that's destroyed, you get a very unique Zeong head token.
Absolutely, but one of the most important prizes that everyone that played here today on day 2 is walking away with is that invite to the next stage of competition in the Gundam card game, the area finals invite to come back and try and be one of the brave pilots that will go on to represent Europe in the World Championships in 2027. And if you want your chance to fight for those invites, if you want your chance to fight for these prizings, there are plenty more events in Europe and worldwide to get involved with competitively in the Gundam card game. The next one, in fact, is next weekend, next Saturday in Madrid on August the 15th. Then for the remainder of Europe, you've got Italy in the city of Bologna on September the 13th. Another 2-day event in Dusseldorf, Germany across October the 3rd and 4th. And then October 10th in Lille, France for the last regional that we have currently announced in the European region. But that means with everything, all the T's crossed, all the I's dotted, the Rotterdam regionals comes to an end. We have kicked off the GD05 format here in Europe. We have crowned our first champion of this new format of the second half of the championship season, and it has been an incredible weekend of gameplay. Gabby, do you have any final words to say before we say goodbye?
I don't want to say goodbye. I don't want it to be over yet. This was such a phenomenal weekend. As I said before, I will say it again. So many great feature matches that I simply cannot pick a favorite. It was just quality over quality over quality. One feature match topping the other, then going back at it again. Absolutely incredible stuff. However, one thing that I do like to mention is my little pockets area, because it's been mentioned before. From what I've heard from the producers, now people are asking me, how do you get in? How do you get out? It's a great question. Well, how do you normally get inside of a mobile suit? That is exactly how I get inside of my mobile suit as well. Normally, you would think that this would be a small door which I'll have to crawl through. No, you'd be wrong. It's not a door whatsoever. So how I get inside of my mobile suit cockpit, I'll leave a secret. I'll leave up to your imagination. That is all from me. Ben, thank you so much for having me. It was an absolutely incredible weekend with nothing but absolute quality. The best of Gundam card game in this new GDO5 format. I think I'll leave these closing words with you.
Absolutely. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you alongside me here, Gabby, once again. It's always a great time to cast alongside you, to cast some Gundam card game, and to show the brave new era that we are embarking onto. We've got to say a big thank you as well to everybody who joined us player-wise from day one yesterday. All of the judges and the organization being run by the guys over at Victory Road on the ground in Rotterdam. The biggest of thank you, though, goes to each and every one of you that have tuned in, that's playing the Gundam card game, that is getting the opportunity to explore this GDO 5 format. We certainly couldn't be doing this without any of you tuning in. So we hope that you have enjoyed the coverage and encourage you to stick around on the respective provider chat for platforms and channels for more coverage for the remainder of 2026 and beyond. But until that point, that is going to be it from us, for myself, for Gabby, for everybody who's been a part of the Bandai team to bring this event to you this weekend. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we will see you the next one. Take care, pilots.